LoveLore Library. Chapter 591. Ning Shu repeatedly confirmed, "Are you sure that other than the eminent monk, there are only your people around, and you did not see anyone suspicious?" The eunuch pointed to the sky and swore, "This servant dares to guarantee with my life." Because of what happened to the stone tablet the day before, everyone was scared. Everyone was alert and vigilant, afraid that there would be another accident during the ritual. If that happened, it would be hard for us to absolve ourselves from the blame. But who would have thought that even though we were tightly guarded, something still went wrong in the end? He knelt on the ground and begged Ning Shu with tears in his eyes, "This servant begs the noble one to find out the truth and save our lives. Otherwise, all of us here will die to atone for our sins." Behind him, rows of guards and eunuchs knelt down one after another. Every pair of eyes was filled with despair. Faced with so many eager gazes, Ning Shu's heart surged and her throat tightened. She took a deep breath and helped the eunuch up. "Everyone, please rise. I promise you that I will do my best." "Eunuch, where was the severed finger found? Was it also here?" The eunuch rolled up his sleeves and wiped his tears. He led Ning Shu to an inch-long white circle. "It's here." "It also suddenly fell from the sky." The eunuch nodded. He still remembered the horror of that day. "Yes. Just the day before yesterday, the demon monument and the blood lotus inscription happened one after another. We lit up hundreds of lanterns around here and kept watch day and night, afraid that there would be more demons. But what we feared really happened. That morning, more than 10 of us were squatting here, not daring to blink. Suddenly, we heard the sound of something falling from the sky. The sound was not loud, so we thought we heard wrong. In the end, when we looked carefully, we saw something extra on the ground. It was a severed finger. It was only an inch long, bloody, rotten, and smelly. At first glance, we knew it was a child's finger. We thought of the recent cases of children losing their lives in the capital and guessed what had happened. Ning Shu nodded. She had seen the severed finger in the Supreme Judiciary's freezer yesterday. It was indeed an inch long, as thin and soft as a willow branch that had just sprouted in spring. It made people unable to bear to look at it and turn their heads away. "Do you still remember the time?" 7:00 just passed. "What about the day of the blood lotus letter?" "That day, the ceremony was rather loud, so I didn't notice." The eunuch turned his head and asked the others, "Did you notice?" Everyone shook their heads and said that they had watched the eminent monks perform the ritual for an entire day and night. It was a blur and no one had bothered to ask about the time. Only a young imperial bodyguard raised his hand and said, "I know, it's also 7 in the morning. I stood outside and heard the bell from the bell tower. Not long after the bell rang, I heard everyone shouting that something was floating down from the sky." "Hey, that's amazing. This murderer had too many strange habits. Every 3 days, he would commit a crime. Every time he dropped something, he would pick the right time. What was wrong with him? Do you have obsessive-compulsive disorder?" Hui Mo came over with a handkerchief and wiped the mud off his hand. Ning Shu looked back at him and asked, "Is there a result?" "Of course. I'm better than 2 people." Hui Mo patted his chest and boasted shamelessly. He bent down and blinked his eyes mysteriously. "Guess what the result is? Has anyone dug the soil? Can you guess? Can you guess? If you can't guess, then I'll be merciful and tell you. That soil is old. There is no trace of moss in it. I tested it with the juice of the purple gold grass. I'm afraid that the soil hasn't seen the sun for nearly 10 years. This means that the stone tablet was not buried recently. Just like the soil, it has been there for many years." Chapter 592. After a short moment of shock, Ning Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately asked the eunuch, "Eunuch, may I ask if this mausoleum has been repaired since it was built? How many times? What year, month, and day? Where did the craftsman come from? Do you have a specific list?" A series of questions. The eunuch didn't have the strength to resist at all. He didn't know which one to answer. Ning Shu simply said, "The imperial mausoleum's renovation is different from others. There must be a detailed record book. Please show it to me." There is. There is a record in the Ministry of Works, and we also have one here. This slave will go and get it. Please wait for a moment. This slave will come back quickly. The eunuch hurriedly ran away while holding his robe. He said that he would come back soon. Sure enough, in less than half an hour, he trotted back with a thick book and put it in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu didn't even think about it. She spread the book on the stone bench next to her and quickly flipped through it. Hui Mo also didn't hesitate and stepped forward to help. Xiao Yini said, "Do you think that someone set up this trap in advance many years ago to deal with Imperial Mother?" Ning Shu's eyes were as bright as stars. She searched for the bead in the vast sea of words in front of her. This is the only explanation. As you said, this stone tablet is big and heavy. It is difficult to sneak it in without so many eyes. So there are only three possibilities. First, all the guards inside and outside the Imperial Mausoleum work together to set up all of this. This is obviously unlikely. In addition, Hui Mo just testified that this tombstone has been buried for many years. So this guess can be ruled out. Second, the guard who discovered this stone tablet has a problem. At that time, the bricks collapsed and the sand sank deep, revealing a corner of the stone tablet. It's true that the stone tablet was originally buried underground, but don't forget that at that time, only the little guard was present. As long as he wanted to, he could have taken advantage of the fact that there was no one around to carve that rebellious sentence on the empty stone tablet. Then, he could have quickly covered it with sand and mud and called for his companions in a panic. Finally, under their eyes, he could have pretended to accidentally dig out the stone tablet. The little guard knelt on the ground as if he was struck by lightning. He shook his head and swore, almost bursting into tears again. Ning Shu hurriedly comforted her, "Don't be afraid, this is just one of our guesses. Whether or not you did it, we'll know once we check your recent whereabouts. Don't worry, we won't frame a good person, and we won't drag someone else in to take the blame. I haven't mentioned the third possibility yet. Don't faint, please don't faint." Flower took a few deep breaths and held back her tears under Ning Shu's fearful gaze. Ning Shu exhaled and continued reading. "The third possibility is what I'm doing now. If it's not a thief or a guard of the mausoleum, then there's only one kind of person who can do this, and that's the craftsman of the mausoleum. No one was more proficient in the art of subterfuge than them, and no one was more legitimate and less suspicious than them. Found it. It's here, look. The mausoleum of the late emperor has been renovated twice in the past 2 years. The first time was in the 9th year of Tianzhe, which was the 60th birthday of the late emperor. To show filial piety, His Majesty ordered the craftsmen to strengthen the mausoleum. They built 8 stone statues of mythical beasts to protect the late emperor. The second time was at the end of the 15th year of Tianzhe. Ning Shu raised her head and looked at Hui Mo. Both of their eyes were filled with amazement. Ning Shu continued, "The drought in the Hanjiang prefecture caused the people to lose their homes. His Majesty was in great pain and sorrow. He personally went to Xianghua Temple to chant sutras and pray. He also ordered all the ancestral mausoleums to be renovated in order to bless the great Yu, the people, and the Shao family. Naturally, this mausoleum of the late emperor was included. Because there were many mausoleums to be renovated, the number of craftsmen assigned to each mausoleum was inevitably reduced. There were a total of 239 craftsmen recorded in the book, and they are all listed here. Ning Shu's white fingertips went through the 239 names, as well as the age, place of origin, and family background that were recorded in detail behind the names, one by one, trying to find some suspicious points. However, even though the number of names on this list was only a drop in the ocean compared to the vast number of 80,000 craftsmen who built the mausoleum, it was still difficult to pinpoint the problematic one in such a short period of time. It was as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. At this time, she couldn't help but envy Xiahou Qing's perverted ability to remember everything he heard. It was a pity that he wasn't by her side now. Not here. The softest part of her heart seemed to have been torn open. When the wind blew, it hurt so much that she couldn't straighten her back. She pinched the web between her thumb and index finger to make herself not think about him for the time being, so that she could maintain the highest level of consciousness. She calmed down and carefully looked through the list in front of her. Hui Mo and Xiao Yini also came to help. Very quickly, the imperial mausoleum became quiet again, leaving only the sound of pages turning. As Xiao Yini searched, he continued to ask Ning Shu, if it's as you guessed, it's one of these craftsmen, then what I don't understand is, since he had already set it up many years ago, why did he wait until now to make trouble for Mother? Ning Shu said, maybe the time was not right at that time, and the other party knew that he couldn't compete with the Empress, so he didn't make a move and waited for the right time. Or maybe after he set up the stone tablet, he didn't wait for the second step and met with an accident, so he waited for several years. Or maybe, he couldn't do it on his own and had already given up, but someone suddenly reached out to help him. All kinds of encounters in the world are always full of opportunities and good fortune. Without the final decryption, no one can detect every detail. As the two were discussing in a low voice, on the other side, when he saw one of the names, Hui Mo blinked and suddenly said, Why does this name seem a little familiar? Where have I heard it before? Ning Shu looked over and asked, which one? Hui Mo casually pointed at the name of a person called Yuan Wanting and said, well, it's this one. TSK, this name is quite elegant. At first glance, he doesn't look like a craftsman, but more like a scholar. Ning Shu's pupils constricted, her eyes full of surprise. He might be a scholar. Do you still remember Master Yuan of Aoshuang Academy? What? It's him. Chapter 593. In Aoshuang Academy, under the lush and gloomy locust tree, a dozen or so little students all straightened their backs and sat upright on simple praying mats. They shrunk their necks and didn't dare to make a sound. A skinny little mud monkey stood outside the door and tried to push the door a few times. When he found that the door was locked, he quickly turned around and jumped in through the half-collapsed mud wall. He quickly sat beside a fat boy and gently pushed him. Did the teacher drink today? The little fat boy timidly said, I don't think so. He just went into the room to get a book and a ruler. He said that today he was going to talk about a person called Wu Shishir in the records of the Grand Historian. The little mud monkey dusted off the wall and disdainfully said, Idiot, that was Wu Zixu. Last time the teacher was drunk under the locust tree, I went over and peeped. Oh no, if he didn't drink, he will check his homework today. I'm finished. The little fat boy opened his eyes wide and said in horror, Aw, what homework? Why don't I know? I'm finished. I didn't write anything. Whoa, I don't want to be hit in the palm. I want to go home. The little fat boy cried and wanted to run away. With a bang, he bumped into someone. The little mud monkey's face was too horrible to look at. All the other children were scared into silence. Yuan Wanting sneered condescendingly. The little fat boy trembled and was so scared that he peed. Yuan Wanting looked at his wet feet and was so angry that he blew his beard and glared. He kicked the little fat boy to the side. The little fat boy was saved. He rubbed his but that did not hurt and quickly rolled to the side so that he would not be an eyesore to the teacher. Yuan Wanting threw the ruler on the wooden stool and said in a strange tone, "You didn't do your homework." The group of little mud monkeys shrank into quails. No one dared to speak. Yuan Wanting lazily sat on the stone bench. "If you didn't do it, then don't do it. Anyway, I don't have time to criticize you. Little brats, perk up your ears and listen to me attentively." Wu Zishu was a member of the Chu dynasty. His father was called Wu Shi, and his brother was called Wu Shang. His name was Wu Ju, and he was famous for his straightforward advice to King Zhuang of Chu. Therefore, he became famous in Chu. Under the locust tree, Yuan Wanting was reciting his scriptures half dead. The little mud monkeys around him were absent-minded as usual. They winked at each other, secretly wondering why Teacher Yuan was so easy to talk to today. Could it be that the sky was going to rain red and the sun was going to rise in the west? Had the evil teacher changed? Just as the little monkeys were wriggling around and having fun, the broken door was slammed loudly. The dust on the broken wall fell, and there was the sound of swords being unsheathed. The little monkeys jumped in fright and huddled together. "I still haven't finished." On the stone bench, Yuan Wanting threw the unfinished book in his hand to the ground. "Little brats, you can leave now. You don't have to come again. From today onwards, this academy will be closed. Go back and tell your parents to find another one. It's best to find a teacher who is more reliable than me. The road to Jianghu is long, so I will take my leave now." He stood up with a lazy smile and opened the door. Hui Mo stood outside the door with his hand on his sword. He raised his head and said coldly, "Teacher Yuan, please." In the mausoleum of the previous emperor, Ning Shu looked at the vegetable farmer kneeling in front of her. Her eyes were sharp, and she didn't say a word. This person's surname was Li Yu, and he was a famous vegetable merchant in the capital. The Imperial Household Department was responsible for the usage of the guards and eunuchs in the Imperial Mausoleum. Every 15 days, the only food was vegetables, and they couldn't store them. Therefore, Li Yu was specially selected from the famous vegetable merchants in the city. After registering with the Ministry of Revenue, he would send fresh fruits to the Imperial Mausoleum every evening to ensure the daily consumption of the Imperial Mausoleum. Ning Shu spent half a day and searched every corner of the Imperial Mausoleum. She asked all the guards and eunuchs. No one would have thought that in the end, she would find a flaw in this little Li Yu. Chapter 594. You're called Li Yu. Ha! How can such a name be worthy of you? In this king's opinion, you should be called Li Tiandan. How dare you? Xiao Yuni narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at this useless piece of mud by his feet. Faced with the thunderous anger, Li Yu finally stopped being stupid and slapped his own face again and again, leaving purple marks on his face as he wailed, "I beg your highness to forgive me, I beg your highness to forgive me, I beg your highness to forgive me. This commoner knows that I was wrong. It was this commoner who was stupid and was blinded by lard to do such a stupid thing. This commoner left a chance for the thief to take advantage of and create such a big disaster, but this commoner really didn't do it on purpose. This commoner was sick with leprosy and couldn't go out to deliver the goods, so I asked someone else to do it. Who knew? Who knew? This commoner really didn't do it on purpose. It was that bastard Lu Lao San who harmed me. He is the main culprit. Your Highness, quickly go catch him." In this situation, this person was still full of excuses. Ning Shu frowned in disgust. People who have leprosy, if it's mild, will have patches on their skin or skin lesions like papules. If it's serious, the skin will be uneven, accompanied by hair loss, thick lips, a lion-like face, and even deformed limbs. If you really had such a serious disease, how could there be no traces on the back of your hands and neck? You're clearly lying. Li Yu was about to quibble when he was interrupted by Ning Shu. She really didn't have time to listen to his nonsense. Also, if you really were sick and couldn't serve the imperial family, according to the rules of the Ministry of Revenue, you should immediately report to the Ministry of Revenue and change the vegetable vendor, instead of deceiving your superiors and subordinates. You specifically told Lu Lao San to dress up as you, and even lowered your voice when you spoke, saying your usual catchphrase. If I hadn't accidentally heard that Lu Lao San was wearing a bamboo hat when he delivered the food in the evening when it was dark, I would have been fooled by you. I don't think you're stupid, it's clear that your conscience fell into your eyes for money. We don't have time to beat around the bush with you. If you don't tell us the truth, today your head will be left here to be buried with the late emperor. Ning Shu's words hit the ground, making Li Yu's soul almost leave his body. He cried out, I'll tell you, I'll tell you. This commoner has confessed everything. It turned out that after Li Yu was elected as an imperial merchant 5 years ago, his status as a vegetable merchant in the capital had soared to the sky. When the people heard of his reputation, they all rushed to order food from him. Over time, he naturally became too busy, and the 7 or 8 workers under him were not enough. Hiring new workers would naturally be a waste of money, but he couldn't bear to not earn that large sum of money. Thus, one night, he came up with a plan. It would be better to secretly assign the work at hand to other small vegetable farmers. Every day, they would deliver melons and vegetables for him. This way, he wouldn't have to spend a single tael of silver, and he wouldn't have to waste any effort. Every day, he could just sit at home and drink tea while waiting for them to deliver large sums of money. Beautiful, beautiful. Lu Lao San was one of the vegetable farmers who worked with him. He was in charge of the mausoleum and the other 2 restaurants. After confessing his good deeds, Xiao Yini wasn't willing to let this kind of trash dirty his eyes. He ordered for them to be sent to prison, and sent people to arrest Lu Lao San and his wife. Ning Shu didn't think that those 2 scumbags, Ling Er's adoptive parents in name, would actually have such a large connection with the imperial mausoleum. It was really beyond her imagination. Xiao Yini said, from the looks of it, it's very likely that Lu Lao San took the opportunity to sneak into the imperial mausoleum the night before to do something to the stone tablet. The next day, after the heavy rain, the bricks collapsed, exposing the stone tablet. But, how did he do it with the blood lotus inscription and the broken finger? Could it be that he also did something else? Chapter 595. Ning Shu furrowed her eyebrows. But the time he took to deliver the food was very short, and it would be faster for him to do something on the ground. The blood lotus note and broken finger both fell from the sky. Did he climb up a tree and place the mechanism there? Then what are the conditions for the mechanism to be triggered? How can he guarantee that it would be triggered at the right time and no one would notice? Xiao Yini also thought along this line of thought. Could it be something like a crossbow? Then even if he was outside the mausoleum, he would be able to shoot it here. Ning Shu shook her head slowly. It can't be done. Even the nearest wall is 3 to 4 miles away from here, far out of the range of the crossbow. And if the crossbowman wants to aim at the target in such a precise range, he must be standing on high ground. Look around the imperial mausoleum, it's flat ground. There's no chance for the crossbowman to move at all. This possibility was completely ruled out. Xiao Yuni fell into deep thought and stopped talking. Ning Shu bit her petal-like lips and stood on the spot silently. She looked up and observed every corner of the mausoleum seriously, trying to find more effective clues from here. The warm light above her head shone on her porcelain-like face. It was transparent and beautiful, but also unusually sharp. Xiao Yuni stood beside her, looking at her side profile almost greedily. He couldn't help but remember when she was young. When she first learned from teacher Hui Xiai and came into contact with detective cases, they often wouldn't see each other for half a month. But as long as they met, she would be like a chatterbox, sharing with him the novel things she encountered in detective cases. Even if he couldn't understand her new ideas, she would never get tired of it. Unlike now, it seemed like they hadn't talked for a long time. Even if they were standing side by side at this moment, they were so far apart that it felt like there was a river without a bridge between them. Not knowing what Xiao Yini was thinking, Ning Shu repeatedly measured the area with her feet without any distractions. The testimonies of the guards and eunuchs just now rolled in her mind like a water curtain. Every step of the crime followed her train of thought and deduced step by step, simulating one world after another and overturning it again and again. There was already a buzzing sound in her head, announcing that she was about to reach her body's limit. But she still forced herself to hold on and kept telling herself, "Don't be weak, you don't have the right to rest, work harder, work harder." There was no time. However, the alarm bell in her heart still rang heavily in her mind, dang, dang, reminding her not to push herself too hard. Ning Shu suddenly stopped and looked in the direction of the bell tower 500 steps away from the Imperial Mausoleum. I think I know how he did it. She endured the buzzing pain in her head and found the little guard who had just spoken to her. You said that when the Blood Lotus letter floated down, you happened to hear the bell of the clock tower. Which tower is it? The young Imperial bodyguard said, "That's right." Because the late emperor believed in the Taoist yin-yang 8 trigrams technique, he specially built 12 bell towers around the Imperial Mausoleum. This place is located in the northwest of the Imperial Mausoleum, which is the Qian position on the 8 trigrams diagram. Therefore, the bell tower at the back will ring 3 times every morning to inform the late emperor's spirit in heaven. Xiao Yini was puzzled. Shouldn't it be rung every day at Su or Hai? Why is it in the morning? It's precisely because of the Qian position that yin and yang complement each other. Naturally, he had to choose the time of the 8 trigrams. This was a rule set by the late emperor himself when he was still alive. Ning Shu immediately said, "In other words, the bell tower only rings once a day at 7 in the morning?" The young Imperial bodyguard said, "That's right." Ning Shu's eyes lit up and she immediately ran towards the bell tower. "I guessed right, it's really it. This is the trap set up by Lu Laosan." Chapter 596. We've always been puzzled as to how Lu Laosan managed to set up the imperial tomb. Especially after the stone tablet appeared, His Majesty sent people to surround the imperial mausoleum. No matter how capable he was, there was no way he could get close enough to do anything. The only time he could sneak into the imperial mausoleum was when he delivered food in the evening. So, how did he do it in broad daylight in front of everyone? I finally figured it out now. In fact, he had already chosen the best helper, which was this clock tower. Because of her excitement, Ning Shu's forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. The tiredness in her eyes was swept away and there was a dazzling light in her eyes. It was so bright that people couldn't look at her directly, but they couldn't help being attracted to her. There were more than 100 steps in the clock tower and it was 8 feet tall. Ning Shu held the corner of her clothes and spun around until she reached the highest point. Following the thick and heavy bronze clock in front of her, Ning Shu looked up at the dome and found the mechanism. It's really like this. It's that small crossbow. Do you see the iron wire tied to the top of the clock? The other end of the bell was fixed to the full string of the crossbow. Every time the bell was struck by someone, it would affect the iron wire. When the iron wire left its position, the object on the string would leave the string and fly towards the target that had been designed long ago. The second finger was cut off in this way. As for the Blood Lotus script, although it was only a piece of silk, it only needed to wrap a small stone in it. After it left the string, the small stone would fall first and the silk would be blown up by the wind and slowly float to the ground, attracting everyone's attention. What Lu Lao San had to do was to come here the night before each attack and quickly set up the mechanism. When the time came the next day, everything would be done naturally. Even the person in charge of ringing the clock wouldn't know that he had helped the murderer so much. Xiao Yuni also felt that the clouds in front of him had dispersed. I see. This Lu Lao San is really scheming. I'll report to Mother now and tell her about this big progress. Ning Shu widened her eyes. But those children haven't been found yet. Lu Lao San hasn't confessed and Teacher Yuan hasn't told him his motive from 10 years ago. Shouldn't you be patient and wait for all the details to come to light before reporting to the Empress? Xiao Yuni smiled faintly. Of course we have to continue looking for them, but the case is definitely done by these two bastards. He took a step forward and gently placed his large and rough palm on the back of her hand. He gazed at her gently. Shu, you've worked hard. I will definitely tell Imperial Mother about your hard work in solving this case. I will also do my best to beg Imperial Mother to release your mother from prison as soon as possible. With me around, don't worry. Ning Shu subconsciously pulled her hand back, but he held it so tightly that she couldn't move it at all. She looked up and met with Xiao Yuni's dark and slightly red eyes. Standing on this 80 feet tall bell tower, there were more than 100 stairs that looked like a whirlpool of fate. He was like a red-eyed lion as he approached her step by step. She reminded him in a low voice, Your Highness, there's another important case. Xiao Yuni ignored her and continued to approach her until her back hit the wooden pillar behind her. Ning Shu frowned. She couldn't get rid of his grip and couldn't avoid his hot breath that was approaching her inch by inch. Your Highness, don't forget that your fiancé just met with misfortune a few days ago. Xiao Yuni lowered his head and smiled devilishly. He used his eyes to trace the shape of her lips carefully. You said it yourself, she's just my fiancé and not a proper in-law. What do I have to worry about? Ning Shu was afraid of breaking the vases. Her hands trembled violently and she tried to turn her head away to avoid his poisonous lips. Then you don't need to care about Great Elder Princess. Are you sure that you don't need her help anymore? Xiao Yuni leaned against her neck almost greedily and breathed in her breath. I don't deny that I really needed her half a month ago. So even if I didn't like her daughter, even if I always had you in my heart, when Imperial Father granted me the marriage, I still forced myself to smile and agree to the marriage. But now, I have a simpler way. I don't need to rely on anyone. I only need to rely on myself. Xiao Qing doesn't want you anymore, does he? I saw it that night. Now he avoids you and doesn't even want to look at you. Then, why are you still so obsessed with him? Let's go back to the past, okay? As long as we have the past. Chapter 597. The scorching sun was like fire, as if it wanted to dry every drop of water in her body. Her injuries had yet to heal and she had not slept for the entire night. She had only been holding on with one breath the entire time and was already at the end of her rope. Her vision turned black. She bit the tip of her tongue hard, letting the strong smell of blood from her wound help her stay awake. Your Highness. I don't know what you mean by what you said, and I don't understand what you mean by in the past. I only wanted to save my mother, so whether it's Mr. Xiaoho, or Your Highness, I don't have the time or energy to care about them. Your Highness, please be magnanimous and let me. MMH. Before she could finish, Xiao Yuni pressed her hands above her head. What if I don't? His hot breath stuck to her cheeks, his gaze seeming to want to swallow her whole. Do you think I'm still the same as before, easily bewitched by your endless excuses? You're right about something. You're not who you were in the past, and I'm not who I was in the past either. Today, the scenery on this clock tower is very good. I want you to remember one thing, you're mine. Ning Shu gritted her teeth, purposely biting her lips until they were full of blood. Your Highness, I'm a human, I'm definitely not someone's possession. I'm begging you for the last time, let me down. Don't make me hate you. She thought that seeing those dampening blood and wounds would make Xiao Yuni return in disappointment, but she did not expect that it would arouse the evil in him instead. He grabbed her wrists with one hand and wiped away the blood on her lips with the other. Even if you hate me, it's okay. I don't care. I just want you to be by my side every day and every moment like when we were young. If you don't have a heart, then you can be a human too. As long as it's you. Humility and cruelty contradicted each other and he turned his head, aiming for her soft lips. Ning Shu's eyes were tightly shut as transparent droplets of tears fell from the corners of her eyes. Just as her lips were about to be snatched by him, a golden bead flew through the air, aiming at his eyes. Xiao Yuni immediately turned his head to avoid that golden bead, and then a dozen thin golden leaves reflecting a glaring light flew over, forcing Xiao Yuni to let go of Ning Shu and retreat in a panic. Ning Shu slid down to sit on the floor. The tight thread in her brain snapped with a buzzing sound and was completely swallowed by the darkness. Xiao Yuni took more than 10 steps back before he managed to avoid the hidden weapons. Behind his ears, the golden leaves flew into the wooden pillar behind him, disappearing without a trace. Only the bronze bell was still humming faintly from the aftershock. Xiao Yuni narrowed his eyes and looked down the bell tower. He saw a figure standing quickly and steadily on the whirlpool-like steps. He lifted the corner of his sky-blue robe and walked up the steps step by step. A black silk cloth fluttered behind him and his steps were unexpectedly light. Surprise flashed in Xiao Yuni's eyes. In a short time, he had adjusted his loss of control and gaffe just now and buried it in his heart. A cold smile appeared on his lips. I just heard the bad news that the prince's mansion was attacked by thieves one after another this morning and was very worried. I was thinking of going to the prince's mansion to visit the prince personally after this case was over, but I didn't expect to meet you here. It's really fate. However, seeing that the prince is still handsome and his expression is normal, I'm sure the thieves did not hurt the prince at all last night. Yuni's heart is at ease. Chapter 598. With Jiu Si's help, Xiahou Qing climbed to the top of the clock tower step by step and stopped in front of Xiao Yuni. When he saw the wound on the side of his neck, Xiao Yuni was stunned and asked worriedly, "What happened to the side of your neck? Are you injured? Is it serious? Do you need me to call an imperial physician to treat your injury?" "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. My life is quite smooth and I won't die anytime soon." Xiahou Qing was not in the mood to pretend to be polite with him. He walked to Ning Shu's side, bent down and held her in his arms. Xiao Yuni's eyes were dark as he blocked his way and said with a faint smile, "Prince Xiahou, you're injured and it might be difficult for you to hold Shu. Let me do it." Xiahou Qing's hands were as gentle as he held Ning Shu, but his expression was as cold as when he faced Xiao Yunyan. "If I let you do it, would I give you another chance to hurt her?" Xiao Yunyan's face sank as his facade was torn apart. He sneered, "That's right, I admit that my actions just now really scared her. But what I did was just because I couldn't control my feelings after suppressing them for a long time. But wasn't it you who really made her sad? I saw it that night. You left her alone outside the cold palace gate and cried so sadly. That was something that had never happened when we were together before. Xiahou Qing, what right do you have to criticize me?" Xiahou Qing's fingertips trembled, and a deep pain flashed past his jade-white face. However, he was unable to open his mouth to provide an unnecessary explanation for himself. He held Ning Shu tightly in his arms and said with an unprecedented fierceness in his voice, "Get out of the way." Xiao Yuni pressed his hand on his sword, his murderous intent showing. "What if I don't do it today?" Jiu Si was the first to unsheath his sword. Following his signal, the guards of the Duke's mansion quickly appeared and surrounded Xiao Yuni's entourage. "Then, Your Highness, please take a look around and see how powerful our Duke of Nanping is." The veins on Xiao Yuni's arms bulged. Under the vast sky, he wore golden armor and a scarlet-red cloak as he stood opposite Xiahou Qing's azure gauze gown. One was dense like blood, the other was cold like ice, and they silently overflowed with killing intent. Until Xiao Yuni's personal attendant dared to persuade him in a low voice. "The Empress is still waiting for you in the central palace. Your Highness, let's go back first. There's no rush." Xiao Yuni closed his eyes harshly and the attendant almost thought that he was going to kill him. However, he saw his hand on the sword slowly loosen, and when he opened his eyes again, he was calm and composed. "Mr. Xiahou, I have something important to do, so I won't be catching up with you. I'll definitely have a chance to drink and chat with you another day. I heard that you're proficient in chess. Coincidentally, my chess skills have also been praised by the Grand Tutors. When the time comes, I'll definitely have a good competition with you and see who wins and who loses." The heavy armor stepped down the wooden ladder step by step. As his dazzling cloak disappeared without a trace, the clock tower finally regained its peace. Xiahou Qing lowered his head and quietly listened to Ning Shu's rapid breathing in his arms, as if she was still deep in some kind of fear in her dreams. Xiahou Qing's heart ached so much that he took a deep breath and followed her breathing. He gently pressed his forehead against hers, each word piercing her heart. "I'm sorry to let you fight alone. It's been hard on you. I'm sorry I wasn't by your side and couldn't help you. I'm sorry I made you sad. Perhaps I shouldn't have come to the capital in this life. If you didn't meet me, you wouldn't be sad." Chapter 599. Below the clock tower, in the pavilion. Rubbing her dizzy head, Ning Shu opened her eyes with difficulty. She opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound for a long time. Only when the warm tea was brought to her lips and she swallowed mouthful by mouthful, did she gradually regain consciousness. "Forsythia, Zigui. Why are you here?" Ning Shu called out with a hoarse voice. Seeing that she had woken up, Forsythia put the empty cup to the side in surprise. But when she looked carefully at her appearance, tears almost fell. "Miss, why didn't you keep your word? Yesterday morning, we had a good talk. This servant prepared a table of delicious food for you to eat at the fu tonight. In the end, we didn't see you the entire night." This servant was very worried and pulled Zigui to the Supreme Court to ask. "The Supreme Court said that you went to the docks, so we ran to the docks. The people at the docks said that there was a fire just now and a handsome official was seriously injured. We heard the description and thought it was you, so we quickly ran to the medical hall. Only then did we know that it was official Tan. The two of us ran all over the capital before we met that little brother called Tianwen. After asking him, we rushed here to find you. Miss, how are you? Your complexion is so bad, and there are dark circles under your eyes. This servant doesn't want to scold you, but you don't cherish yourself too much. If the Junju knew you were like this in prison, I don't know how distressed she would be. Do you think you are made of iron?" Ning Shu smiled and wiped away the golden beads on her face. She comforted, "Aren't I, your miss, fine? It's just that I was too anxious to investigate the case and didn't sleep the entire night. Coupled with the heat, I fell asleep for a while. Now that I've slept, I'm much better. Don't worry, although your miss is not made of iron, there is a good saying, a scourge lives for 1,000 years. I haven't done enough scourge in this world, I haven't eaten enough good food, and my little beauty Forsythia hasn't been doted on enough. Forsythia was amused and angry by her. Miss. Keep talking nonsense, I'm not talking to you anymore. Ningshu pinched the tip of her nose and smiled as she turned to look at Zigui, who was silently wiping away the sweat on her forehead with a handkerchief. She said softly, "Don't worry, my good Zigui. I'm fine." Zigui's nose turned sour. He took her hand and wrote seriously on her palm, "Miss, I will never leave you again." Ningshu smiled and held her hand tightly in his palm, infinitely warm. "Okay, I won't leave you again." She suddenly thought of something and asked, "By the way, did you meet anyone else on your way here?" Zigui could not answer and pulled Forsythia anxiously. Forsythia said foolishly, "Of course, there are many guards on duty here. We didn't have a token when we came in, so we were almost stopped by the guards outside. Until a supervisor passed by and heard that we were your maidservants, he let us in." Ningshu bit her lip and said hesitantly, "I mean, other than those guards and eunuchs, was there anyone else? Was I lying in the pavilion alone at the time, and no one carried me down?" The moment she fainted, she clearly felt that someone had appeared and helped her out. Then, that person used an incomparably gentle strength to pull her into an embrace and whispered in her ear. Furthermore, there seemed to be moist water droplets sliding down her cheeks and into her neck. That person was especially like Xiahou Qing. Forsythia blinked her large watery eyes and said blankly, "You weren't in the pavilion at the time. We found you on the clock tower, fainted in the corner alone. We shouted for a long time, but there was no response. Then Zigui hurriedly carried you down and rested in the pavilion for a long time. Miss, I don't know who you are talking about, but other than us, there really was no one else." Chapter 600. So it's like that. Ningshu sighed softly, her voice full of disappointment. Forsythia asked, "Miss, what's wrong? Are you looking for someone important? Perhaps we missed it when we came. How about this servant go and ask the guards one by one for Miss? This servant will go right away." Forsythia was very mobile. She lifted the corner of her dress and ran outside. Ningshu hurriedly pulled her back and said awkwardly, "There's no one important. It's just that your Miss is dreaming about being infatuated." All right, I've rested enough. Serve your Miss and get me up. We've finished investigating the problems here. Let's go to the next stop. Before that, let's find a restaurant to eat to my heart's content and properly worship my 5 viscera temple." Forsythia didn't suspect her and said with a smile, "All right. This servant remembers that there's a restaurant 3 li east of the Imperial Mausoleum that you like to eat. The proprietress's steamed fish is the best. Let's go now." Ningshu smiled and nodded. Forsythia and Zigui treated her like a treasure and supported her to the door. After stepping out of the Imperial Mausoleum, she hesitated for a while before turning back to ask the guards. She learned that there were only 2 groups of people who came to the Imperial Mausoleum today. The 6th prince had something to do and left in a hurry. Forsythia and Zigui arrived one after the other. There was no one else. Ningshu finally gave up. She said, "Sorry for the disturbance." She lifted the corner of her dress and boarded the carriage. Her long eyelashes covered the bamboo curtain, hiding the dense loneliness in her eyes. It wasn't until Zigui waved his horse whip and the Ning family carriage completely disappeared at the end of the road that a figure silently appeared at the door. "You all did well. If Miss Ning comes back to ask again, you must say that my Shitzi has never been here. Thank you on behalf of my Shitzi." After tipping the guards of the Imperial Mausoleum one by one, Josie silently disappeared again. Zigui drove the carriage smoothly on the street. Forsythia leaned against the window and sighed, In the past, this street was very lively, especially on the 7th day of the 7th month. All the girls in the city came out to shop and buy beautiful cloth, new styles of jewelry, and new fragrances and rouges. They put up all the good food and fun things for sale. There were so many people on the street that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Just because of the recent cases, everyone is scared out of their wits. Even the peddlers can't be seen. I'm afraid this year's begging festival won't be lively. Ning Shu held her chin in her hands. Is it that my little Forsythia is worried that the festival won't be lively and will prevent you from meeting a good husband? Lian Qiao blushed. Miss. Why are you making fun of me? This servant doesn't want a good husband. This servant just wants to accompany young Miss to celebrate the begging festival happily. After all, this is the last begging festival before your 17th birthday. As she spoke, Forsythia couldn't help but feel lonely. Although they purposely didn't mention it, as if as long as they didn't mention it, they could pretend that nothing had happened. However, everyone knew in their hearts that what was to come would come. There was only a month left until Ning Shu's 17th birthday. Ning Shu pinched her chubby cheeks and said, "Don't worry, my good Lianqiao. This 7th day of the 7th month is indeed the last Qiqiao festival before I turn 17, but I promise, it definitely won't be the last one in my life. Unless, you don't trust your miss at all." Of course I trust her. Who is my miss? She studied under the female Zhuge Liang. She solves cases like a god. Her intelligence is better than Ban Jiayu, and her beauty is better than Diao Chan. Forsythia was halfway through her flattery when the carriage suddenly shook violently. Forsythia was thrown to the other side of the carriage and collided with Ning Shu. She was shocked and shouted, "Oh! Zigui! What's going on?" Outside the carriage, Zigui tightly held onto the reins in her hands to control the horse and avoid a violent collision from the front. She opened her mouth to remind Ning Shu and the others to hold on to the door and not be thrown off, but her empty mouth could only make a short, "ah" sound, which represented her inner anxiety. Forsythia clung to the wall of the carriage and looked out. A horse that seemed to have lost its mind was pulling a cart towards them. Zigui tried her best to avoid it, but another cart followed closely behind. "Miss, be careful." Chapter 601. Seeing that the two horses were about to crash into each other, Ning Shu and Forsythia clung to the wall of the carriage. The crazy horse in front suddenly neighed in pain, and its huge body fell to the ground without warning. Together with the handcart behind it, it made a deafening roar. When the horse carriage finally stabilized, Lian Qiao covered her heart that was almost scared silly and hurriedly jumped down from the horse carriage. After taking a closer look, she put her palms together and prayed to the heavens, "Oh my God, this is too scary." Luckily there was a rope that tripped the horse's hooves. Otherwise, the consequences today would be unimaginable. Amitabha, the heavens really have eyes. Ning Shu thought for a moment and said, "Rope? Where did the rope come from?" Forsythia looked around for a long time. "I don't know. Maybe someone accidentally dropped it here and tripped the horse's hooves, indirectly saving our lives." She hugged her mistress's arm in fear and said, "Mistress, a few days ago, Princess Helui was hit by an ox cart and died suddenly. Today, we met a crazy horse. I'm so scared." Ning Shu was exceptionally calm and even had the mood to joke. Accidents happen every day in the capital. It's just that we happened to meet it today. Fortunately, it's scary but not dangerous. Moreover, I haven't reached my 17th birthday yet. That person has waited for so many years. How could he be willing to waste all his efforts? Don't worry, don't scare yourself. The passers-by quickly came forward to help tie up the crazy horse and waited for the magistrate to deal with it. Zigui repeatedly confirmed that Ningxu and Forsythia were fine and got on the carriage to continue on their way. Ningxu looked back for a long time but didn't find the person she was thinking of in the crowd. She pursed her lips and thought to herself, did I think too much again? She didn't know that after their carriage had gone far, another carriage quietly appeared at the corner. Jussi carried two masked men who had been knocked unconscious and threw them at Xiahou Qing's feet. Heir apparent, we caught these two killers nearby. The two crazy horses just now were done by them. Xiahou Qing's voice was extremely cold. Whip them 100 times. Find a chance to let them go. I want to see who dares to touch her. Yes. Jussi requested, Miss Ning has already walked 500 feet. Should we continue to follow? Let's go. The burning pain from his internal organs pierced through his entire body, causing fine beads of cold sweat to seep out of his back. He clenched his fists and silently swallowed the pain that was 10 times, 100 times worse. His slightly curved lips were infinitely gentle. I can't be at ease if she's alone. Be careful, she's as cunning as a fox. Don't let her find out. We're here, we're here. Up ahead is the Drunken Immortal Tavern. Forsythia's thoughts came and went quickly. When she saw the signboard of Drunken Immortal House, her eyes lit up. She happily helped Ningxu out of the car. The enthusiastic waiter immediately greeted them. Come in, come in. Distinguished guests, please take a seat. Forsythia was very generous. According to Ningxu's taste, she ordered 8 hot dishes and 4 cold dishes in one go, filling the big table. The three of them ate heartily. Ningxu enjoyed the food while explaining the current case to them. She didn't know that just upstairs, less than 10 feet away from her, there was a person who didn't know the taste of food, but was enjoying the same food as her. It was as if he was sitting with her. After a full meal, Ningxu put down the silver chopsticks, paid the bill, and left. The case had progressed to this point. When Hui Mo arrested Yuan Wanting and Lu Laosan and brought them to justice and interrogated them, important progress would be made. Time waits for no man. Zigui went to drive the car first. Ningxu and Forsythia waited in the lobby. Suddenly, a waiter behind them shouted in panic. The handle is broken. Hot oil. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Ningxu turned around and saw the waiter holding a pot of hot oil with a broken handle stumbling towards the lobby. The hot oil was smoking. The waiter's hands were red. Once he couldn't hold on, the oil would splash and disfigure him. For a moment, the guests panicked and avoided the oil. Ningxu pulled Forsythia and turned around to run. Unexpectedly, one of the guests stepped on Forsythia's skirt and fell down with Ningxu. At the same time, the waiter couldn't hold the pot of hot oil anymore. He loosened his grip and splashed it towards Ningxu. Ningxu subconsciously lowered her head and raised her sleeve to protect Forsythia's face. Just as the pot of hot oil was about to splash over, a table suddenly flipped over, blocking in front of Ningxu and the rest, catching the pot of hot oil. The oil splattered along the legs of the table and flowed to the ground, creating a mess. Some people were splashed a little, but fortunately, none of them were seriously injured. The table completed its task and fell to the ground with a bang. The waiter, and the guests in the lobby were still in a panic. There were 2 accidents in 2 hours. Forsythia was so scared that her legs turned to jelly and her whole body trembled. She raised her head and saw her miss smiling after a short moment of shock. Miss, why are you still in the mood to smile? Was her miss scared silly? Ningxu pulled Lian Chao up from the ground and tidied up her clothes. Her curved eyebrows and eyes were smiling mysteriously. Her watery eyes were like the clear sky. Of course I have to smile. It is so interesting. Chapter 602. Forsythia was completely confused. Miss, what are you talking about? Ning Shu couldn't help but laugh. Nothing, it's just that there's a guy who's so cute and awkward that I really want to pinch him, and... Halfway through her sentence, her cheeks were dyed with a layer of spring and her mind couldn't stop daydreaming. She lightly coughed a few times and patted her face, quickly changing the topic. Cough, cough, look, Zigue brought the carriage over, let's get in. Forsythia looked at the mess in the hall and was full of fear. She hurriedly got up and said, "Okay, miss, slow down a bit, I'll help you." As the master and servant walked through the threshold of the drunken immortal residence, Ning Shu raised her head to look at the sky. Using her hand as a fan, she said in a clear voice, "This day is really hot. It would be great if we could find a stall selling brown sugar ice powder. It would be best if it was mixed with sweet and refreshing fruits. That would definitely be the best way to relieve the heat. Don't you think so, Lianxiao?" As Ning Shu's absolute support, little Forsythia nodded repeatedly. "Ah. Yes. Miss, are you saying it so loudly for this servant to hear?" Ning Shu deliberately glanced behind her and said with a smile, "Is that so?" "It's just a casual remark, those who want to hear it will hear it, and those who don't need to care." After Ning Shu and her servant left, on the second floor of Drunken Immortal House, Xiahou Qing slowly walked out from behind a screen painted with a lotus pond beauty, Wanshi sand, and sighed helplessly, "She knows." Jiu Si frowned. "We've been hiding our tracks before, but this basin of oil came unexpectedly. If we didn't act, the two girls would have been burned." Miss Ning is also very attentive, she guessed it immediately. What should we do next? Xiahou Qing's lips overflowed with a wry smile. She deliberately said that just now for me to hear. What can I do? Continue to follow. He silently clenched his fingertips. When we can't hide anymore, we can only... Forsythia felt that after the two accidents in a row, their luck seemed to have taken a turn and suddenly exploded. Just as the young lady said she wanted to eat brown sugar ice powder, they met at the corner after a few steps. Then the young miss muttered that although the ice powder was delicious, it was a little too sweet to eat too much at once. At this time, if there were fresh and sweet big lotus seeds to eat, they would be sweet and refreshing, which would be excellent. Sure enough, half a street later, they saw Wang selling lotus seed heads. Every single lotus seed head on the basket was dark green and eye-catching, and there were even ice-cold water droplets rolling around them. One look was enough to make people happy. Ning Shu smiled like a flower. She ordered Forsythia to buy a bunch of them. She folded her sleeves and peeled them one by one into her palm. Finally, she fed them all into Forsythia's mouth. Forsythia was so full that her stomach was round. She begged for mercy, "I can't eat anymore. Miss, I just ate and drank the ice powder. Now, there are so many lotus seeds. No matter how delicious they are, this servant can't eat anymore. Please spare this servant. Besides, why don't you eat, miss? If you can't eat, eat the last one." Ning Shu pinched the last snow-white lotus seed and stuffed it into Forsythia's mouth. Her eyes were filled with the most beautiful white peacock's long feathers flying across the sky. "Some things, you don't need to eat. Just looking at me is enough to make you happy." After peeling the lotus seed heads, Ning Shu wiped her hands and opened the bamboo curtain. "Zigue, stop at the place where the 4 treasures of the study are sold. I want to buy 2 charcoal pens. It's inconvenient to solve cases without them." Zigue nodded. After walking for 2 more streets, they arrived at the Wensu Pavilion, which was also the largest ink shop in the East City. Ning Shu thought that there wouldn't be many people. Unexpectedly, there were a lot of people. Most of them were young girls. After thinking for a while, she realized that the begging festival was coming soon. No matter if they were rich or ordinary girls, who didn't want to be in the limelight on that day? Although the city wasn't very stable, it couldn't stop the hearts of girls of the right age. They could save on buying cloth and tailoring clothes, but they couldn't save on one thing. That was, on the begging festival, everyone had to take out a lantern they made and put it on display at the begging festival. The most clever one would be judged. Even if they couldn't be the winner, they weren't afraid. As long as they liked each other that night, they didn't need to say too much. The lantern the girl handed over shyly said everything. Many girls showed their brilliance on that night and found the right man. Chapter 603. Miss, there are so many people buying colored paper. The good ones are almost all sold out. Should we also buy some back to the residents to prepare for Miss to attend the begging festival? Lian Qiao stood on her tiptoes to look inside and was almost pushed to the ground by the crowd. Ning Shu grabbed her and pointed to the crowd. Are you sure you can squeeze in? Forget it, even if I buy them back, I don't have time to make lanterns. Let's just buy 2 charcoal pens and go. Forsythia was disappointed. Okay, Ning Shu took Forsythia through the girls' dresses. It was not easy to buy charcoal pens, but it was difficult to squeeze them out. As soon as she walked out of the Wensu pavilion, she saw Hui Mo rushing to her, panting, I finally found you. Lady Ning, something bad happened. Something bad happened. Don't panic. Tell me slowly. What happened? Ning Shu's eyebrows suddenly jumped and she had a bad feeling. Is there something wrong with Yuan wanting? Hui Mo was sweating profusely. He gritted his teeth in frustration. I followed your order and immediately went to arrest Yuan Wanting. It went very smoothly. Yuan Wanting didn't say a word. He confessed that he had tampered with the stone tablet 10 years ago. But I didn't expect that as soon as I escorted him to the Supreme Court, the 6th Prince's men took him away by force. They also said that the case would be handed over to them and we didn't need to intervene. What about Lu Laosan and his wife? Hui Mo was angry, they also have them. What does 6th Prince mean? Does he want to compete with us? After using us, you kick us away. You're in a hurry to kill us before the grinding is even done. Isn't that bullying? Ning Shu bit her finger hard and frowned. She pulled Hui Mo up and said, let's go. Come with me to find Xiao Yuni. Get him back. Hui Mo frowned, but what if Xiao Yuni doesn't give it to us? Ning Shu looked around and saw that the horse carriage was moving too slowly. She immediately took off the harness and held on to the saddle. Her body was like a crescent moon as she stepped onto the horse's back. Even if you don't want to give it to me, I will bring them back. Huema and Zigue, follow me. Lian Qiao, I will leave the rest to you. 3 fine horses whizzed past under the scorching sun. The hooves of the horses sounded half of the capital, but the eyes of the people on the horses were firm. No matter how bumpy the horses were, they did not waver in the slightest. Only Forsythia, who was left behind, stomped her feet in grief and indignation. Miss. Why am I always the one left behind? Ever since the establishment of the Imperial Guard, Dragon City, Shenwu, and Yulin Guards had been the 3 pillars of the Imperial Guard. They kept each other in check and balance. However, as the rulers of the previous dynasties changed and the emperor's preferences changed drastically. Today, Yulin Guards had declined and existed in name only. Only Dragon City and Shenwu Guards each held power. And the Dragon City Guard camp that Xiao Yuni was in charge of was located 10 miles north of the Imperial Palace. It was located on the same line as the Imperial Palace and the Meridian Gate. It was the most advantageous protective barrier around the Imperial Palace. Its position was self-evident. This was also the reason why Xiao Yuni did not hesitate to risk his life to obtain the seal. There were more than 30,000 soldiers in Yangchengwei. The camp was connected like a small mountain. Looking at it from afar, people could not help but feel frightened. Lady Ning, are we really going in? They have more people and we have less people. After we go in, we must act according to the situation. It is not worthwhile to suffer a big loss for the case. Sigh, it is only a pity that we are in the capital and not in Yunnan province. Otherwise, who knows who will be afraid of who. Hui Ma had not dismounted from the horse and started to talk non-stop. Even Zigui rolled his eyes in disgust. It seemed that he and his good brother Shi Yan were really a family. Ning Shu was not afraid at all. She pulled the reins and stopped in front of the camp. She introduced herself. Who are you? What is the matter? Your Sixth Highness is in the camp. Tell him that I am Ning Shu. He will know what is going on. Chapter 604. Fortunately, the two words Ning Shu were the best signboard. When the soldier heard this, he looked at her with understanding. It seemed that he had already heard of the anecdotes between her and the young masters of the capital, as well as his family's sixth prince. Eldest Miss Ning, all right. Wait here for a moment. I'll go in and report for you. She thought that she would have to wait for at least half an hour, but she did not expect Xiao Yuni to come out personally so soon. When he saw Ning Shu, joy first appeared on his face, then it turned into a strong sense of guilt and restraint. Shu, you're awake. Are you here because of what happened at the clock tower? I'm sorry, I did lose my composure at that time and scared you. Even if I couldn't control myself, I didn't have the right to do that to you. After I came back, I regretted it and didn't dare to face you. After thinking about it, I still have to apologize to you. Please don't hold a grudge against me. When he mentioned what happened at the clock tower, Ning Shu instinctively felt unhappy and repulsed. She took a step back and did not want to be too close to him. However, there were more important things now and she did not have the time to care about those superficial feelings between a man and a woman with him. She shook her head with a resolute expression. I didn't come to find you because of that. Your Highness is busy every day and has many things to do, so I won't beat around the bush. The case is not finished yet. Your Highness, please hand Yuan Wanting and Lu Lao San and his wife to me. Oh, it's this. Xiao Yuni's expression changed and his eyes signaled for the guards behind him to come closer. He smiled warmly at Ning Shu. I've already told you in the Imperial Mausoleum that the case is basically solved now. You've worked hard these 2 days, so let me finish the rest. Don't worry, I won't steal your credit. Someone, prepare a carriage and send Shu back for me. Ning Shu frowned deeply. Zigui and Hui Mo came forward at the same time, not letting anyone touch Ning Shu. Separated by the two of them, Ning Shu faced Xiao Yuni with an extremely determined expression and said clearly, since I'm here, I won't leave easily. According to the laws of Great Yu, criminal cases have always been handled by the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. There has never been a precedent for the military camp to intervene. Moreover, this case was given to me by the Empress to investigate from the beginning. Although we have found some clues and suspicious people, their confessions are all missing. The motive of the crime is unclear, and the whereabouts of the children are even more unclear. You told me that the case can be closed, but Ning Shu can't comply. Xiao Yuni sighed helplessly. He turned sideways and raised his hand to pat the two statues outside the camp. Shu, you should know better than anyone that there are no fish when the water is too clear. There were some things that didn't need to be investigated too closely. As long as the general situation was right and the most fundamental problem was solved, what did the details matter? You found the evidence yourself and the process of the crime was also cleared up by you. Brother Hui Mo, beside you can also prove it. That Yuan Wanting confessed everything as soon as he saw the soldiers. What's there to hesitate about? Isn't the most important thing now to announce the results of this case to the public as soon as possible to prove Mother's innocence and also to eliminate the fear of the people in the capital? As for the children that we haven't found, we will definitely be able to find out their whereabouts from the criminals after 2 days of torture. Sure, you don't have to worry. His attitude made it clear that he didn't want Ning Shu to intervene, but the more he acted like this, the more it aroused the doubts in Ning Shu's heart. She clenched her fists and argued. Yes, Your Highness is right. There are no fish when the water is too clear. There are priorities and the overall situation should be the most important. If it was other things, Ning Shu wouldn't be able to say anything. But this case was taken over by me personally. It's too hasty to conclude that it was done by them based on the clues we found. There were many unjust and false cases in the world because of this. If I accidentally wronged them in order to close the case as soon as possible, even if Ning Shu blindfolded herself, she wouldn't be able to face her conscience. Your Highness said that the case has basically been investigated, then have they confessed their motive? Where did they get the guts to be enemies with the royal family for no reason and frame the Empress? If Your Highness can't even convince me, how can you convince the millions of people in the world? Chapter 605. In the face of Ning Shu's interrogation, the smile on Xiao Yunyi's face turned cold. He looked at the fierce and arrogant fangs in his palm, narrowed his eyes and looked back at Ning Shu with a faint smile. I've investigated. Yuan Wanting is a scholar who has never passed. His ancestors were the lowliest masons. He has tried many times to pass the Jinshu exam but failed. He is full of anger and even has a twisted mentality. He can't be judged by common sense. His neighbors have heard many times that he was dissatisfied with the court after drinking, so it makes sense that he bribed Lu Laosan and his wife to do this case. Moreover, Yuan Wanting was a teacher of the academy. His first lost child, Qian Dongbao, was his student. This kind of person is the best at bewitching the hearts of young children. It's only natural that he would do this series of cases. As for the statement you want, I can make it public in less than 2 hours. Sure, do you have any other doubts? Looking at Xiao Yunyi who had completely torn off his mask, Ning Shu's heart turned cold. Her nails dug into her palms and she could not hide her shock and anger. Your Highness, are you going to make a confession by torture? Looking at the undisguised anger and disappointment on Ning Shu's face, Xiao Yunyi felt a stab of pain in the deepest part of his heart that had been deliberately buried. The image of the two of them sitting on a tree branch and looking at the sunset as they talked about their lifelong dreams when they were young floated in front of him like smoke. He subconsciously closed his eyes and let go of the yiwu under his palm. He walked in front of Ning Shu and forcefully peeled off the ink in front of him. He looked at Mo Ruhai in dark brown and said in a low voice, Shu, even if it's for the peace of the country and the safety of the people, don't cause any more trouble. I can promise you that as long as you don't touch this case again, Xiao Yunyi, will use my life as a promise to keep your mother safe. But if you are stubborn and insist on holding on to this case, then no one can guarantee what the result will be. Shu, do you understand what I mean? Ning Shu's body trembled and her eyes widened in shock. She said in a trembling voice, Are you using my mother's safety to warn me? It's not a warning, but a kind persuasion. Shu, you know that I could treat everyone in the world coldly, but I can't bear to treat you that way. Otherwise, I would have already. There were some words that he almost blurted out, but he forcefully restrained himself at the crucial moment. He bent down and spoke in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Shu, I don't care if you remember or not, but for the sake of our 12 years of friendship, listen to my advice. This case will end here. Don't investigate any further. After that, I will immediately arrange for you to leave the capital. The longer you stay here, the closer you are to the unknown danger. I can't tell you too much. I can only tell you that this is a vortex that has spanned 25 years. You, Xiaoqing, your mother, great elder princess. We are all playthings in that person's hands. No matter who you want to save, you are destined to die with them in vain. Go, don't hesitate. Now the situation is the most chaotic, I will find a way to help you leave here. When the situation is stable, I will take you back and you will be my empress. Coming out of the camp, Ning Shu was still trapped in that unspeakable fear. She was sweating because of the summer wind, but she couldn't help but want to hug herself to resist the bone-chilling coldness. Hui Mo obviously noticed that something was wrong with her. Lady Ning, what's wrong with you? What did Xiao Yini say to you just now? At this time, he was still chattering. Zigui angrily pushed him aside and hugged his miss with his body. She couldn't say anything, and only a pair of watery eyes showed her worries. Leaning against Zigui for a long time, Ning Shu found the temperature in her body. She shook her head and forced a smile. Nothing. He just warned me not to investigate any further. Hui Mo hesitated and said, then, what are you going to do? Are you going to investigate or not? Ning Shu turned her head to look at the solemn and serene tents behind her, the cold gleam of swords and sabers. Then she looked at the noisy human world street away. In the end, she closed her eyes and allowed herself to bathe in the most dazzling sun in the world. She said, investigate. The more they stop it, the more it shows that there are still many doubts in this case. Xiao Yuni is afraid, the Empress is afraid, and what they are most afraid of is the truth. If they pave the road to Mother's safety with other people's blood, then Mother will hate the safety obtained in this way. Chapter 606. Hui Mo scratched his head and smiled bitterly, but the witnesses are all in their hands. How can we investigate next? Rely on luck. Ning Shu pondered for a moment and then called Hui Mo and Zigui to get on the horse. She waited until the camp was 2 li away from them and there was no one around before she slowed down and asked, Hui Mo, did you find anything else when you were trying to catch Yuan Wanting? Hui Mo said, Yuan Wanting's house is broken. Except for the frightened children in the yard, the house is full of alcohol. We didn't find anything useful for a long time. However, when I came to arrest him, he said something very strange. He said, since you're here, there's no need to trouble you to use your knife. I'll go with you. Although my house is poor, the pile of books is still worth a few copper coins. Don't mess them up for me. When I come back, I still need to sell them for wine. It feels like he knew that we were going to arrest him. Ning Shu added, he knew that he would be arrested, but he didn't run away. Hui Mo nodded repeatedly, yes, that's what I meant. This person is always strange and muddle-headed. I don't know what he is thinking. On the way to the Supreme Court, he was still laughing. I said to him, why are you laughing when you are about to eat prison food? He laughed even more arrogantly and said that the prison food in the Supreme Court was good. Unfortunately, even if he ate prison food, he wouldn't be able to eat this house. Later, I thought that he seemed to have expected that he would be kidnapped by Xiao Yuni. Damn it. Don't say that he is a teacher. It is more believable to say that he is a fortune teller who set up a stall under the Taiping Bridge. Ning Shu's eyebrows twitched. Her sweaty hair stuck to her beautiful cheeks. She raised her hand and wiped it casually, so, he has expected everything today, but he didn't go anywhere. He just waited at home. This person is definitely not as simple as revenge. Let's go back to Aoshuang Academy and take a closer look. Hui Mo pulled a long face. Are we leaving again? I haven't eaten lunch yet. Ning Shu took out a wrapped meat patty from her sleeve and threw it to him. Here, it's ready for you. Wow, Lady Ning, you're so nice. It smells so good. Wait, let me finish eating before we leave. What if I choke to death while eating? You really don't know how to take care of women. Sigh. I can almost figure out where the capital is with my eyes closed. Regardless of whether Hui Mo was willing or unwilling, resentful or sad, they once again arrived at the gate of the Ao Shuang Academy. The students inside naturally went home in a panic. After a careful search by the officials, the gate of the academy was opened. The worthless junk inside was torn apart, and the fragments of wine jars were scattered all over the ground. They had to be careful when they walked. Even a thief would not be interested in patronizing this place. Ning Shu and the others carefully avoided the mess on the ground and pushed open Yuan Wanting's study, which was also his living room. His precious books that were waiting to be exchanged for wine were still there, but each of them seemed to have been flipped through and were scattered on the ground. No one cared about them. Ning Shu flipped through the books on the floor one by one and found that they were all common books and biographies that could be found on the market. She didn't even see a single copy of a famous classic, so she couldn't see anything special about them. Hui Mo, I've checked the 4 treasures of the study one by one, and I didn't find anything wrong with them. Zi Gue held the book and shook his head. Ning Shu frowned in confusion. It shouldn't be like this. Just when Ning Shu was muttering to herself, Hui Mo's eyes turned and he suddenly shouted behind, "Who is it?" Chapter 607. Who is it? Come out. Hui Mo's hand was faster than his eyes. Before his voice died away, he had already grabbed the boy and flew out. The short figure behind the door immediately rushed out like a frightened animal. It's a kid. Ning Shu looked at the little chubby figure in astonishment. Especially the wooden slingshot on his belt, which overlapped with a certain image in her mind. Qian Dongbao. Hui Mo, chase him. Don't worry, I'll take care of him. Hui Mo said nothing and chased after him. He wiped his hair handsomely and pounced on the chubby boy like a hungry tiger. Little chubby boy, if you know what's good for you, you'd better send yourself to me. He was about to show off his martial arts skills. Unexpectedly, as soon as he chased out of the alley, his target had been tied up into a small meatball and thrown at the entrance of the alley, crying. He complained, "Tut, who is this? You're ruining my opportunity to show off my heroic figure." Ning Shu looked at the empty alley far away and smiled. This person may not be easy to deal with. I advise you to keep your voice down, or you may be in trouble in the future. Well, don't talk nonsense, bring the little guy back. Hui Mo didn't know why, but he felt a chill on his back. The secret of saving his life for many years made him shut up quickly and obediently carried the chubby boy back to the academy. After untying the chubby boy rushed to the big locust tree in the courtyard and looked at them timidly. Hui Mo wanted to catch him again, but was stopped by Ning Shu. Ning Shu bent her knees and kept the same height as him. She said softly, "Your name is Qian Dongbao, right? Can you tell me where you have been these days? Your mother misses you very much at home, and your father has been looking for you every day under the hot sun. Why don't you go home?" Qian Dongbao hugged behind the locust tree and his chubby little hands dug into the bark. He whispered, I know they all miss me, but I can't go back. Why? But what did Master Yuan say to you? Have you been hiding near the academy? The little fatty lowered his head and did not say anything. Ning Shu was not discouraged and continued to ask, "Why did he ask you to hide? Other than you, are there any other children? Wang Xiaoxing, Xiao Mian Ling do you recognize these children?" Little fatty still didn't say anything. Hui Mo became irritable. "Little fatty, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. We almost turned the capital upside down these 2 days. We didn't even sleep or eat, just to save you little brats. You guys, on the other hand, foolishly risking your lives for the wicked. Be careful not to be killed, do you know that? Qian Dongbao became anxious. He raised his head and shouted, the headmaster didn't trick us. The headmaster was a good man. You're not allowed to talk nonsense. Hey! What kind of bewitching potion did Yuan Wanting feed you to brainwash you like this? Hui Mo was so angry that he rolled up his sleeves and wanted to rush over and beat the boy to wake him up. Ning Shu glared at him and asked him to go aside first. Then she thought for a moment and changed the way she asked, Dongbao, I asked your classmates, including your mother. They all said that you are a smart boy. Since you are here, there must be something important. Is it because Master Yuan expected that we would come, so he asked you to pass a message to us? Compared to Hui Mo, Ning Shu was really a good person. Qian Dongbao nodded and said, yes, it was the headmaster who asked me to wait for you here. He said that he would definitely be arrested in these 2 days. Except for the officers, there must be other people who would come here to look for him. He asked me to stay here and watch carefully. If I see you, I have to give you 2 things. Little Fatty took out something wrapped in paper from his arms and threw it in front of Ning Shu. Ning Shu caught it and opened the paper. There was another silver ingot inside. Then she smoothed the paper. There was a line of crooked words written in cinnabar. What is the riddle? Please answer. From now on, the riddle will last for 24 hours. If you can't answer the riddle in 1 day, I will give you a child's body. After 7 days, all of you will die. Heaven's Choice 15, Living Dead Yuan Wanting. Chapter 608. The short sentence made Hui Mo panic and his scalp tingle. What is this? Little Fatty, you. Before he could finish screaming, Little Fatty suddenly scampered off again. This time the door was tightly closed, and Hui Mo and the others were in front of him. He knew that he couldn't escape, so he got into the house. Hui Mo was so angry that he laughed. Hey! You little fatty, do you still want to run away? There are only 2 rooms inside. Let's see where you can run to. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and come out. Otherwise, if I catch you, I will definitely beat your ass. There were 2 rustling sounds in the house, but there was no one. It seemed that the little guy was ready to fight to the end. Hui Mo was not polite at all. He called Zigui, and the 2 rolled up their sleeves to catch the little fatty. Hui Mo was in front of the house, and Zigui went around to block the back of the house. Ning Shu felt that it was too thick-skinned for 2 adults to deal with a little kid. So she rolled up her sleeves and went in to help. Yuan Wanting was so poor that all his belongings were in this shabby house. All the broken things in the house could not be exchanged for 5 taels of silver. However, the place was spacious. After entering the house, there was an empty hall. There was nothing else but a dozen broken tables and chairs in the middle. It seemed that it was a formal study room, but it was not used often. Only in winter, when the little monkeys couldn't stand the cold, they were driven in to get warm. Anyway, they cheated the money from Yuan Wanting. They couldn't teach them a few words, but at least they wouldn't be so cold that they couldn't explain it. Behind the study room was Yuan Wanting's study room and living room. It was the place where Ning Shu and the others had just searched. There was a small cabinet, a few bookshelves, and a wooden bed under the window. Even the bed curtain couldn't be hung. The room was filled with the smell of alcohol. Next to the living room, there was a small room for storing sundries. There was a one-legged bench, a broken wooden basin, and all kinds of things. It was even worse than the house of a beggar who collected rags. It smelled very bad. Perhaps even Yuan Wanting himself knew that the stench was unbearable to look at, so he purposely used a screen to block the front door. Only by removing the screen and stepping in could one appreciate the graceful elegance of the room. No matter how nimble Qian Dongbao was, he was still a little kid. The three adults who were chasing after him quickly caught sight of his short legs moving forward with all his might, as well as the sound of his panting. Hearing their footsteps, Qian Dongbao became even more anxious. He slipped through the study and hid in Yuan Wanting's living room. Ning Shu and the others smiled and followed him in. Then, they heard the sound of the folding screen being pushed and little Fatty disappeared in a puff of smoke. Hui Mo was overjoyed and pushed the screen away again. He stepped into the utility room and said with a smile, "Hey, little Fatty, do you think the three of us are vegetarians? You haven't even pulled the screen door properly, and there's even a gap. You're really deceiving yourself. Let me see, which bucket are you hiding in? Or in a sack?" He took a closer look and found a gray bulge in the pile of sacks. It looked like the bulge of a fat little butt. "Oh, it's here. I found it." He slapped it with all his might, but to his surprise, it was as if he had slapped a watermelon. His expression changed, and he pulled up the cloth. Only then did he realize that it wasn't Qian Dongbao. Instead, it was a watermelon that he had deliberately wrapped in the same color as his pants. Hui Mo's face changed. He didn't care about the dirt and immediately turned over the utility room. He didn't even let go of a palm-sized bowl. Ning Shu also looked for it. The two of them searched every corner of the utility room and then ran out. They turned Yuan Wanting's living room upside down, even under the bed, but they found nothing. Hui Mo's face finally changed completely. He was shocked. How could it be? How could he be gone? Ning Shu shouted, "Zigui!" Zigui hurriedly came in from outside and shook his head in astonishment. She had been guarding the back of the house and staring at every window to prevent little Fatty from jumping out of the window. But even so, she still lost Qian Dongbao's trace. Hui Mo was puzzled. He squatted on the ground and scratched his head. How could this be? I really saw Qian Dongbao running in with my own eyes. Why can't I find him? I just can't find him. There was no window in the utility room. It was impossible for him to disappear into thin air. But they also searched the living room. Zigui was guarding under the window of the living room. All the roads were blocked. Even if the boy had the ability to go to heaven and earth, he should at least dig a hole on the roof or the ground. But they squatted on the ground and searched inch by inch, but found nothing. Even Ning Shu, who had been through hundreds of battles, was stunned by this scene. Chapter 609. Evil. After flipping through every corner of the Ao Shuang Academy, Hui Mo felt like he was going to be possessed. I feel that Yuan Wanting is evil and weird. The children he deceived were also infected by him. Ning Shu sighed helplessly. Hui Mo cried, I know, you want to say that there are no ghosts or demons in this world, but aren't there southern border shamans? These people are the best at witchcraft. They can confuse people without anyone noticing. Do you think we were under witchcraft when we entered the Ao Shuang Academy? What Qian Dongbao? We didn't see this person at all, nor did we see him run into the house. We have been looking for an illusion. Only then can I convince myself that I saw that scene just now. Otherwise, my head will explode. Hui Mo cried bitterly and looked at Ning Shu for comfort. Ning Shu kept her head down and carefully looked at the two silver ingots that appeared one after the other. She didn't have time to pay attention to him. He looked at Zigui with a pitiful look, and Zigui didn't hide it. Anyway, you are my brother-in-law. You don't even give me comfort. You are really cold and heartless. Ouch! Then he was happily beaten. Ning Shu waved her hand and said, "Don't make trouble. Come and see if there is any difference between these 2 silver ingots." "What's wrong? Let me see." Huimo stopped being naughty and took the 2 silver ingots from Ning Shu's hand. He weighed them in his hands for a long time and said strangely, "The words engraved on them are Heaven's Choice 15. They are the same batch 10 years ago. The weight is about the same, but I don't feel any difference in the hand." He held the 2 silver ingots under the sun and raised his head to look at them carefully, but before he could see anything, several shadows suddenly flew out from behind the roof. The shadows of swords and sabers covered them like a net. Several people were shocked and quickly made a defensive posture. However, the number of opponents was twice as many. Zigui and Huimo resisted with their soft whips and long swords. They protected Ning Shu behind them. However, the enemy was strong and they were weak. Each of these people was agile and ruthless. Every move was aimed at their weakness. Soon the 2 of them fell into a disadvantage. Zigui looked at Ning Shu anxiously. Huimo blocked the blow to his chest with his sword. He endured the blood in his chest and hissed, "Lady Ning, you, go first." However, the 6 blood blades had already surrounded them like turtles in a jar. Even if they had wings under their ribs, they would not be able to find a way to escape. Seeing that Zigui's arm had been slashed, an assassin's eyes shone with a fierce light as he slashed down at Ning Shu with both hands. At that moment, her heart stopped beating and her breathing stopped. Ning Shu's clear pupils shrunk into a small black star. In that black star, there was a blade glowing with blood. It was aimed at her forehead, but just as it was about to cut her in 2, the arm swayed for some reason, brushing past her hair and cutting through the air. Only a strand of her hair flew down in the air. In that short moment, it seemed to be less than a second, but it made Ning Shu step back several steps. She shouted at Huimo, "Huimo, don't worry about me. They want to rob the silver ingots." However, it was too late. Huimo was rushing over to save her. In a hurry, he inadvertently exposed an obvious flaw. His back was hit hard by the killer and the killer took the silver ingots from his arms. These people achieved their goal and did not want to fight anymore. They left the place at the same time, leaving only a mess. Now we have to go to the Supreme Court and the Ministry of Justice to find out everything related to Zhao Mingzhen's case. If we are late, everything may be destroyed. Hurry up. Chapter 611. In the history of Diyu, the Ministry of Penalty and the Dali Temple recorded the files of serious cases. However, they focused on different things. The Ministry of Penalty mainly recorded the detailed process of the crime and the judgment, while the Dali Temple kept all kinds of testimonies and evidence. They were sweating all the way, as if they were fighting with an invisible hand. They didn't dare to stop for a moment along the way. They didn't expect that when they arrived at the Dali Temple, they were still one step late. Someone come quickly. It's on fire. It's on fire. The storeroom is on fire. Why is there a fire there? That's the place where the old case files and the judgment are stored. Hurry up, put out the fire. Before her chest calmed down, Ning Shu raised her head and saw the thick smoke in front of her eyes. The words, "storeroom is an important place, strictly guarded," painted on the outer wall looked particularly ridiculous. She sighed and said tiredly, "It's still too late." Huimo squeezed to the front and asked several times. When he came back, he said with regret, "I've asked. A lot of testimonies, signatures, and Zhao Mingzhen's confession before committing suicide were locked in this storeroom. Looking at the fire, it should be useless." Ning Shu smiled bitterly. Fortunately, we had the foresight to borrow some files from the Ministry of Penalty early in the morning. Otherwise, the archives there would also be a disaster. There's no other way. Let's go and read the other half of the files that I didn't finish this morning. The three of them had no choice but to try their best. They held the last few bundles of precious files and turned them over and over again. They wanted to squeeze every detail out of those yellowed words. At this time, it had been 32 hours since they started the case. They watched day turn to night and then to day. Now, they were about to witness the next sunset. Generally speaking, this meant that the hard work of the day had come to an end. After wiping away the sweat and carrying the hoe, one could finally go home and have a good rest, drink a bowl of water and enjoy a full meal. Then, lying on a bamboo chair with a palm leaf fan, they could enjoy the cool moonlight and laugh as they watched their children and grandchildren chase and play barefoot in the courtyard. The most enjoyable thing in the world was joy. But for them, every passing shuttle was like an arrow on their heartstrings, and every sunset meant greater panic and the possibility of an accident coming at any time. No one knew at what time tomorrow, outside the Meridian Gate, which child's corpse would suddenly appear as a meeting gift for them. No matter how hard he tried to deny it, he couldn't hide the fact that Hui Mo was extremely tired. He held a book in his hands and after reading 2 lines, his eyes started to blur and he started to doze off. In his half-conscious state, he heard Ning Shu talking. Although the fire destroyed all the evidence, it also confirmed my guess. He woke up with a start and opened his eyes wide to listen carefully. Ning Shu held up the book in front of her. The difficult words in the book rolled out from her mouth one by one. She slowly told the story of the dusty past. In the 8th year of Heaven's selection, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Xiao Mingjin, was arrogant and looked down on everyone. He was widely criticized and was banished to the Han River to serve as the magistrate. During his tenure, he didn't repent but became even more arrogant. He practiced favoritism and embezzled countless money. He was too extravagant to talk about. He secretly imitated Gu Meng Chongjun and recruited 3,000 followers. Among the 3,000 followers, there was a man named Yuan Tianwang. He failed many times and regretted that he didn't get the chance. He went to the Han River Prefecture and joined the Zhao sect. He became the Zhao sect's lackey. He repeatedly proposed evil plans to win the Zhao sect's trust and gradually became the Zhao sect's left and right hand. The 15th year of Heaven's selection, Xiao Mingjin, appeared in the world. He couldn't resist the fear and committed suicide. Yuan Tianwang hid himself and was eventually captured and killed by the people. Hui Mo was shocked. You mean, this Yuan Tianwang is the Yuan Wanting who appeared in front of us today? Ning Shu closed the book and nodded quietly. Her fingertips were trembling slightly, but her words were heavy and powerful. Yes, I've been thinking about this series of crimes. These 2 strange silver ingots, the crazy teacher who was not afraid of death, Xiao Yunyi's sudden change in attitude, and those children who appeared and disappeared in front of our eyes. These seemingly messy clues seemed to be related to each other. When I saw the fire with my own eyes, I suddenly connected them all together and got confirmation. They are all closely related to Xiao Mingjin who committed suicide 10 years ago. The Yuan Wanting today is Yuan Tianwang. He set up this case 10 years ago with only one purpose, to clear Xiao Mingjin's name. Because the dog official, with the surname Zhao, who was reviled and despised by the people, suffered the biggest injustice in the world. Chapter 6:12. Hui Mo subconsciously stood up and retorted. His head hit the roof of the carriage and he didn't even have time to rub it. What are you talking about? How is that possible? But he was also at a loss when he said that, because all kinds of clues had already pointed to this speculation. Ning Shu raised her hand and quietly poured a cup of tea. The transparent water fell into the blue teacup after the rain, stirring up a series of ripples on the surface of the water. She dipped her slightly cold fingers in the tea and left a mark on the dark table where her fingertips touched. I began to suspect that it started from the fire at the pier last night. Generally speaking, the murderer of a serial case will have two patterns of behavior. One is that the first time he commits a crime, he will be greatly satisfied and believe that this way of committing the crime is very safe, so he will commit one case after another. The second pattern is that the murderer's mentality becomes more and more twisted and crazy with each crime. In order to seek greater stimulation, he will break the original bottom line step by step and adopt a more crazy way of committing the crime to create greater fear and attract more attention. But this serial case is completely different from the other two. Did you notice? The first 4 children had all disappeared without a trace, and only then did their relatives realize it. Only the last case, Xiaoyuan, Qinxin, and Zimo, the 3 children who were just over 10 years old, caused such a huge commotion. In front of hundreds of us, they managed to escape from the fire and save people, causing a huge commotion in the city. Wasn't he afraid that such a big movement would cause the children to have an accident and fail, or accidentally leave behind something that could be used against him? Such a sudden and risky way of committing the crime, was it because he had to do it and wanted to convey something to me? At that time, I thought so, but it was just a guess. In the afternoon, I saw the little fatty Qian Dongbao turn into smoke again in front of our eyes, as if it was another fresh big change of a living person, but with a slightly different prop. The first time, I may have thought too much, but 2 times in a row, I have to think carefully. She raised her head and looked at Hui Mo. Do you remember what you said to me when we were eating noodles in the morning? When the famine broke out, His Majesty was extremely shocked. He immediately sent 6 departments to provide disaster relief, and also sent the 200,000 newly minted official silver to the Hanjiang government to solve the crisis. However, as soon as it reached the Hanjiang government treasury, before he could spend a single ingot, it all mysteriously disappeared the next morning. Wasn't that another method of transforming a living person? He has been reminding us in this way. But everyone said that he was embezzling. Moreover, after he committed suicide to escape punishment, he left behind a large pile of accounts of corruption, each with his own signature. After his death, we also found half of the dirty silver in the cellar under his bed. Ning Shu's eyes drifted like the wind to the 2 silver ingots that she had smashed. She whispered, what if there was never 200,000 silver ingots, and only 100,000 silver ingots? No, no. Ning Shu nodded heavily. Yes, never. Hui Mo was stunned. His mouth seemed to be stuffed by someone and he couldn't say a word. Then why did he plead guilty? She even took the initiative to sign her name. Was he crazy? Or was he threatened by someone? My God, my God. He felt that his brain was about to explode, and he couldn't describe his feelings at the moment. Chapter 6:13. What? All the people we sent are dead. In the imperial uncle's residence, the current imperial uncle, Wan Jingwei, smashed an inkstone on the guard's face. Trash. My Chow family has raised a bunch of trash for nothing. 6 people tried to steal 2 silver ingots but failed. Instead, they were caught red-handed. What use do I have for you? Why don't you just die? The guard kowtowed repeatedly, his eyes red. Please forgive us, Imperial Uncle. They were already on the verge of success, but who would have thought that Xiahou Qing would be so nosy? He actually killed his way out halfway, completely ignoring the internal palace medallions on our brothers. He killed all of us on the spot and stole the silver ingots, leaving their corpses in the wilderness. When I went to collect their bodies, I couldn't bear it. They died so miserably. Qiao Jingwei frowned in annoyance and supported his forehead on the desk with his hand. I've heard about the girl of the Ning family for a long time. Once she gets the silver ingot, the secret of that year can't be hidden anymore. With the support of Xiahou Qing, the rebellious son, I'm afraid our Qiao family will be in trouble. We were too careless at the beginning. We didn't expect that the disappearance of the children and the demon steel in the imperial mausoleum were all Yuan Tianwang's tricks. His target was not the empress from the beginning, but us behind her. What's even more infuriating is that in order to help the empress escape, we even helped the imperial court put up bounties everywhere. We made the case more and more famous. I'm so angry. He was so angry that he slammed his hand on the armrest. He didn't break the armrest, but he almost fainted from anger. A slightly younger figure leisurely walked over and helped him up. He smiled and comforted him. Father, there's no need to be so angry. You didn't kill that audacious Yuan Tianwang and hurt yourself instead. That wouldn't be nice. Looking at his second son, who was also the smartest among his sons, Qiao Jingwei sighed and said, What I'm afraid of isn't anger. What I'm afraid of is that once this matter is exposed, it won't be as simple as being stabbed in the back. When that time comes, my entire Qiao family will be destroyed. Qiao Huayu stood up, with a fan in his hand. He sloppily sat cross-legged on the Taisher chair. Squinting his eyes, he laughed and said, What is father afraid of? Things haven't reached the worst point yet, have they? The Empress and the sixth prince are definitely on our side. Otherwise, the sixth prince wouldn't have immediately detained Yuan Tianwang after noticing the problem and sent someone to inform us of it. Now that the Supreme Court's vault has been burned by us, all the accounts books, files, and evidence have been burned to ashes. Who will be able to discover the problems in the accounts books? Even if they wanted to overturn the case, they needed evidence. I don't believe that 2 silver ingots can cause any trouble. We can just insist that they forged the 2 silver ingots. Moreover, Yuan Tianwang was currently in prison. Back then, Zhao Mingjin was able to commit suicide for fear of punishment. Today, Yuan Wanting repeatedly committed serious crimes and framed the current empress of the nation. After being arrested, he was terrified and walked the same path as Zhao Mingjin. What was there to be confused about? I don't believe that after Yuan Tianwang's death, he will be able to crawl out of hell and continue to instruct those little bastards to go against us. He was very young, and his facial features were gentle. However, it was because of this that such words coming from his mouth made people's hair stand on end. Even Qiao Jingwei couldn't help but look at him from the side. After thinking for a while, he patted his shoulder and said, Father and your aunt didn't misjudge you. Compared to you, father is old and has lost the decisiveness of the past. Then, we will act according to this plan. Remember, we must eliminate the weeds and the roots. We must not leave any evidence behind. If necessary, we must eliminate those children as well. Otherwise, there will be no end to the trouble. Qiao Huayu closed his fan and stood up with a smile. Father, don't worry. Your son will not disappoint you. Anyone who dares to threaten my Qiao family will regret living in this world. Chapter 6:14. In the carriage, Hui Mo was shocked for a long time. If Zhao Mingjin was really wronged, then all the hatred he had for the past 10 years wasn't for the wrong person. Wasn't the countless people of Hanjiang Prefecture scolding the wrong person? Those people who wanted to take his body out and whip it after he died. It wasn't enough to cut off his head, they wanted to kill his entire family and not leave anyone alive. What was this? Hui Mo's mind was a mess and he couldn't organize his words. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind and he put his hands on the table and shouted, "Not good." No wonder Xiao Yuni was in a hurry to take Yuan Wanting away. He didn't want to solve the case, he wanted to kill him. Let's go to Yongchengwei and ask for him. I'll send a whistling arrow to inform the crown prince and let him lead all the brothers in the Wang Fu to confront him. He anxiously turned around, wanting to urge his horse to rush to the Dragon City Guard's camp as fast as possible to correct the next mistake that was about to happen. But before he could go out, his arm was grabbed by Ning Shu. Calm down. Right now, His Majesty is seriously ill and doesn't have the ability to care about the court. Most of the power in the palace is controlled by the Empress. Your Nanping Wang Fu may be the leader in Yunnan province, but Huimo, this is the capital with 60,000 Yongchengwei. If you let your crown prince fight the Empress alone, not only will you not be able to save Yuan Wanting, you will also push your crown prince into the fire pit. Right now, we have no other choice but to rely on another force. Ning Shu bit her lips so hard that it almost broke. Countless thoughts appeared in her mind at the same time, urging her to weigh the pros and cons and make the best decision. What force? Ning Shu's eyes were sharp and she made a decision instantly. The fourth prince, Xiao Yunsu. Are you kidding me? Xiao Yunsu, that crazy person, is not a good person. And he has always been at odds with my crown prince. Why would he listen to us so easily? He will. Ning Shu's eyes were firm and determined. There are no eternal enemies in this world, and no eternal friends. I knew he wasn't a good person, but he was the only one who had the ability and was the most suitable person to fight against the Empress. Huimo, I want you to find Tianwen immediately and ask him to think of a way to pass this case to Xiao Yunsu's ears. Even if he guesses that we were the ones who leaked the news, as long as he still has the ambition to fight for that supreme throne, then he will definitely not give up this great opportunity to bring down the Chao family and Xiao Yuni in one fell swoop. This is his chance, and also our last chance. Go! Huimo immediately jumped out of the carriage, untied the harness and jumped into the carriage. When he was about to leave, he turned back and said worriedly, "If I leave, what will happen to you too? What if there's another sneak attack?" Ning Shu shouted, "Don't worry, I have my ways. Don't hesitate, let's go." Good. You must be careful. Huimo didn't delay any longer. He tightened the reins and merged into the golden afterglow of the sky. In the carriage, Ning Shu closed her eyes and prayed silently in her heart. She prayed that God would at least open his eyes once. Just once, just once. Don't let this world not see any justice. However, God was ruthless after all. Ning Shu and Zigui waited from Yusher to Shusher, and from the evening until the sky turned dark. When they returned to Huimo, their eyes were red and filled with tears. He trembled as he climbed down from the horse and walked in front of Ning Shu. We were still one step too late. When Xiao Yunsu brought people to the camp to rescue Yuan Wanting was already dead. Yongchengwei gave the cause of death as suicide. He hung his belt on the beam and ended his life. It was the same cause of death as Zhao Mingjun that year. The same cause of death. What was this? This was the loudest and most sarcastic slap in their face. Chapter 6:15. From the moment Xiao Yuni snatched her away, we were destined to lose the opportunity. What should not have happened had happened. After struggling for a while, they finally succumbed to the ruthlessness of fate. An indescribable emotion surged in her chest, making the corners of Ning Shu's eyes turn red uncontrollably. Layers of guilt crushed Huimo's shoulders. He squatted on the ground and hugged his head. When I came to catch him, he had already foreseen what was waiting for him. Why didn't he run away at that time? Why didn't he run away? Tell me, if I hadn't been in a hurry to catch him, and had asked him more questions and listened to him a little more, would the result have been different? He wouldn't have had to die. It's all my fault for being too rash. Why didn't I grow a brain? Why didn't I grow a brain? Ning Shu took a deep breath and walked to Hui Mo's side. She patted his head gently. Hui Mo, don't blame yourself. It's not any of our fault, and it's not your fault either. It's because he wanted to die. Hui Mo lowered his head and looked at the silent ground under his feet. Drops of water flowed down his chin and soaked them silently. He wiped his face hard and said, Lady Ning, you said that heaven and earth are heartless and treat all things as dogs. Then shouldn't it treat all things equally and not be particularly good to anyone and not particularly bad to anyone? But why does it always bully honest people? Ning Shu opened her mouth but did not say anything. She quietly looked up at the towering sky above her head. It was cloudy today and there was not even a star. The strong dark blue piled up layer by layer, turning into a terrifying darkness. It was so dark that she could not see her fingers in front of her, as if there was no trace of light in the world. She stubbornly raised her head and looked directly at the darkness, as if she was confronting it silently. Heaven is unfair. Then we will abandon it. Anyway, I, Ning Shu, have never believed in it. After not blinking for a long time, the water in her eyes was dried by the wind. It made her eyes hurt, but it also made her eyes burst with an unyielding light, like a burning sun. She said, the more people want to take away the justice in this world, the more I want to take it back with my own hands. The more people want to bury the truth, the more I want it to be exposed in broad daylight. Since God has closed his eyes, then we will climb to the sky and dig 2 holes, forcing him to open his eyes and look at the world. As long as we are still alive. The 3 hands were tightly clasped together. As long as we are still alive. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Imperial Uncle's residence. Seeing that Chao Huayu had returned, Chao Jingwei couldn't wait to greet him and whispered, have you dealt with them? Chao Huayu leisurely walked into the room and picked up a unique roux-kiln cerulean teapot from the table. He poured himself a cup of tea and slowly drank it before saying, Father, do you still not trust your son? As a son, he naturally wouldn't dare to disappoint his father. Before the 4th prince arrived at the barracks, your son took action and killed him. Then, I pretended to hang myself and wrote a confession letter like Zhao Mingjin. When the 4th prince rushed in and saw the confession letter, he couldn't say a single word. He suffered a great loss and left with an ashen face. Then, did you go into the palace and report this matter to your aunt? Of course. Aunt was very angry at first. That girl from the Ning family and Xiahou Qing dared to scheme against her. She had to find a chance to get rid of them completely. Then, my aunt greatly praised Ken for his prompt decision to extinguish the ashes that had reignited, completely cutting off any chance of it reigniting. He resolved our Chao family's predicament and also resolved her predicament. However, my aunt also expressed her worries. It's true that Yuan Tianwang's mouth was destroyed, but this case has a wide range of implications. Everyone in the capital is talking about it. If we don't give it a proper conclusion, it'll be difficult to stop the world from talking. Chao Huayu smiled and looked as if he was devising a strategy. It's very easy. Tomorrow at noon, in front of the Meridian Gate, the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Inspectorate will sit together and announce Yuan Tianwang's crimes to the world. After his death, we'll cut off the tongues of Lu Laosan and his family and order them to sign the confession letter on the spot. When the time comes, we'll confirm Yuan Tianwang's crimes. Chao Jingwei nodded. After a while, he turned around and said, but that Ning girl is not a soft persimmon. She's full of thorns. What if she jumps out and destroys us? Tomorrow, I'll place hundreds of pairs of eyes near the Meridian Gate. Whoever dares to go against our Chao family, don't blame me for being ruthless. Chao Huayu mysteriously curled his lips. His eyes were filled with a sinister look that didn't match his appearance. As for that Ning Shu, father, don't worry. Aken promises that she won't dare to come out and make trouble tomorrow. Instead, she'll obediently cooperate with us and put on this show until the end. Because she has no other choice. Chapter 6:16. Little animals born in the wild seem to have the best intuition in the world, which was why they could grow up smoothly. Children who had not yet reached adulthood looked silly, but they had a sharpness unimaginable to adults. Qian Dongbao lay quietly in the small and cramped space, listening to the movements outside. He heard the voice of the big sister, who looked white and thin, with long eyelashes, sharp and gentle, leading people to look for him. He knew that her name was Ning Shu. The headmaster had warned him that she might be the only person in the world who could help them, so the headmaster had asked him to pass his most precious thing to her. He heard the sounds of fighting outside again. Ping ling pang lang, the sound was so scary that he didn't dare to move. He almost peed in his pants. However, he remembered that he was 8 years old this year and was a little boy. If he peed in his pants like this, he would be laughed at by his parents when he went back. Then the yard became quiet again, as if everyone had left. But he still dared not move. He waited for a long time until his legs were swaying and his body was soaked in sweat. Then he dared to climb out of the narrow space carefully. He hid behind the screen and looked around. When he was absolutely sure that there was no one in the yard and it was absolutely safe, he dared to run out of the academy along the wall like a little mouse. On the way back, he heard many people discussing their case. Every conjecture was spread like wildfire. He did not dare to listen to a single word. He deliberately made his face dirty like Zimo and the rest, disguising himself as a little beggar and slipping away from everyone's eyelids. He smelled that the people beside him had just finished cooking dinner. The fragrance floated a mile away and made his stomach growl. He was surprised to see a man who looked like his father at the end of the street. He bent his back and seemed to be asking the passers-by about something. He almost couldn't hold back his tears, but he still forced himself to sniffle and quickly ran into the alley. When he passed by a tea house, he heard a certain piece of news. His whole body swayed 3 times, as if he had lost his soul. He forcefully bit the back of his hand to force himself to take a step forward. When he finally ran into Jingdefeng, there was a dilapidated little house in the depths of the alley. Qian Dongbao saw a tall and thin man with white hair on his temples. The man was bending over to cook dinner for others. Qian Dongbao's tears immediately fell. When the other children saw him, they all ran over in surprise. Qinshin apologized. Dongbao, what happened to you? Was he frightened? Or did he meet some bad people? It's all our fault. We're older than you. We should be the ones going out. Dongbao just cried and didn't say anything. The tall and thin man walked over and bent down to gently wipe away his tears with his sleeve. Dongbao, do you miss your father and mother? Dongbao choked with sobs and shook his head. With blurred eyes, he said, "Teacher, the headmaster of academy has left." The children widened their eyes in shock. Their tender little faces revealed expressions of disbelief. Then, they lowered their heads and sobbed at the same time. The thinnest and smallest Ling lay on Qinshin's body and sobbed, "Teacher. Teacher." The man closed his weathered eyes in grief. He held Dongbao's soft body in his arms and said in a hoarse voice, "Don't cry, children. This is what your headmaster said. He didn't die, but reunited with Lord Zhao. However, those of us who are still alive still have to persevere. All of you are the best children in the world. Your headmaster of academy wouldn't want to see you crying in the underworld. So, let's all smile, okay? Dinner is ready. It's the dumplings that we made together in the afternoon, including the headmaster's share. The children wiped away their tears and squeezed out a tearful smile with difficulty. Okay, including the headmaster's share. Everyone laughed and gathered together to eat the dumplings happily. Not long after they put down their chopsticks, Dong Bao, Mian, and the rest started to feel sleepy. The children fell asleep one by one and no one could wake them up. Only the tall and thin man stood there quietly and looked at them silently. Zimo, Qinshin and Xiaoyuan opened their eyes silently and walked behind him. Chapter 6:17. Once again pushing open the door of Aoshuang Academy, Ning Shu re-examined this dilapidated house that could only be described as shabby with the flickering light of the torch in her hand. It was as if she was examining the lazy teacher who only spoke a few words to her in a hurry and who reeked of alcohol. At first glance, he did not look like a good person. Now, she wanted to get to know him again, but she no longer had the chance. Her footprint stepped on the courtyard where the children usually played, and then walked past the short stone block under the gloomy locust tree. She walked past the lanterns in the corner that were pierced by swords and knives. She also walked past the praying mats that were kicked over by the officials. She carefully scrutinized each and every one of them. Ning Shu said, "We have never known him, or in the past 10 years, he has never let anyone know him. Over the years, he has pretended to be a complete scoundrel, addicted to alcohol, immoral, and profit-seeking. He has been so successful in his disguise that even his students have been deceived by him. And we have also fallen into the misunderstanding of peering at the leopard through a tube. However, he has never been such a person. If he really worships the strong and tramples on the weak, then why are the few worthless lanterns sent by Qian Dongbao's family piled up in this corner and not thrown away after being scorched by the sun? If he is really addicted to money, why is he willing to be kind and extend the deadline for a few days when his students can't pay the tuition fees? If he is really a bad person, fierce and frightening, how dare his students climb the tree, skip school, laugh, and refute his presumptuousness in his class? A cold face, pretended sharp words, and a careless attitude. His mask is so real that he has really kept all of us in the dark. Hui Mo and Zi Gue followed behind. They only felt their throats choking. No one could say anything. Only the tall locust tree made a silent answer. Ning Shu walked to the corner of the wall and picked up a lantern that had been punctured with holes by the officials. She lit it up with a match and watched as the wick made a faint sound after being ignited. It jumped twice and turned into a large ball of light that illuminated the area in front of her. "Come, let's go in and look around. Let's see what other secrets Yuan Wanting has hidden here." Zi Gue nodded. The three of them once again ascended the short stone steps. They passed through the empty hall and arrived at Yuan Wanting's living room. Hui Mo said with certainty, "Qian Dongbao must have disappeared here. At that time, after the little fat boy handed the things to us for his teacher, he ran away without saying anything. I chased after him at the front. Then I saw the little fat boy running in with my own eyes. I also heard the sound of the screen being pushed. If it wasn't him, could it be a ghost? But this house is only so big. We've searched every nook and cranny of this house, but we still can't find where the little fatty is hiding. It's really amazing." Ning Shu said, "Yuan Wanting's every move has a profound meaning. Before he died, he arranged for Qian Dongbao to give us the item, and then he disappeared right under our noses. It's definitely not as simple as playing with us. Is he trying to reveal some of our secrets through this?" Hui Mo muttered, "Since he wanted to tell us the secret, why didn't he just say it directly? He tried his best to test us and gave us a series of difficult questions. Isn't he deliberately embarrassing us?" There was no wind in the midsummer night. Just by standing there, they were drenched in sweat. It felt like water could be wrung out of their bodies. Ning Shu loosened her collar by about an inch and said, because he can't completely trust us. After 10 long years of waiting, we may be a rare bit of expectation for him. However, we are complete strangers, and we have not even met once. How can he place all his hopes on us? After all, there are so many people in this world who appear to be gentlemen but are actually devils. Let's look around carefully. There must be hidden mechanisms in this house that we haven't found yet. Chapter 6:18. 7 or 8 lanterns lit up the messy house. Hui Mo buried his head in the storeroom, Zigui leaned against the wall and touched every brick. Ning Shu focused on the living room. The three of them did their jobs and turned the dilapidated house upside down again. 10 years ago, 20 taels of silver disappeared overnight and no one noticed it. Today, little fatty Qian Dongbao disappeared in front of them. If there was no connection, then Ning Shu had been eating and investigating the case for nothing all these years. But where was the answer to the last problem that Yuan Wanting had set for them? Ning Shu frowned. She squatted on the ground and touched the corners of the bed countless times, but found nothing again. Out of the corner of her eye, she inadvertently caught sight of a biography scattered under the bed. She suddenly thought of something, got up and said to Hui Mo, I remember you said that Yuan Wanting said something strange when he was caught. Hui Mo's head just popped out from under a broken pot. His face was covered in ashes. He turned back and said, yes, he said that the prison food in the Dali Temple was good. But even if he ate prison food, he wouldn't be able to eat here. Ning Shu shook her head. It's not this sentence. Think about it again. It's not this sentence. Hui Mo thought for a while and said, oh, then it's that sentence. Since you're here, you don't have to use the knife. I'll go with you. But although my house is poor, the pile of books is still worth a few copper coins. Don't mess them up. I still have to sell them to exchange for wine when I come back. That's what he said. What's wrong? Do you suspect that there's something wrong with these books? But I've flipped through them and even compared the handwriting on them with Yuan Wanting's. There's no mark or trace. And these books have been lying here. If there's something wrong with them, Xiao Yunyi's subordinate Yang Chengwei would have taken them away long ago. Under the warm orange light, Ning Shu's face was covered in sweat, as if she had just been fished out of the water. However, her eyes were increasingly calm, like 2 crystals that had been polished and shone brighter. Her gaze fell on the 3 extremely shabby bookshelves and she said in a low voice, what if he's not talking about the books on the bookshelves, but the bookshelves where these books are placed? Hui Mo blinked and asked Zigui to come forward to check. When they pushed the second bookshelf, they found something strange. Wait. Why can't this bookshelf be pushed? There must be a mechanism inside. When they pulled out a wooden plank from the bottom of the bookshelf, they finally found an unusual protrusion in a hidden corner. With a gentle press of their fingers, only a faint muffled sound was heard. The brick wall that originally separated the living room and the utility room actually slid to the left, along with the door that led to the utility room. It overlapped with the wall and slowly separated until the dust settled, revealing half of a brand new doorway. And through this mysterious half of the doorway, they actually saw another incomparably dark and narrow space. It was less than a foot wide and could only allow an adult to enter sideways. But this narrow space was enough to hide the biggest secret in the world. That's the slingshot on Little Fatty. Hui Mo took a closer look and hurriedly ran over to pick up the wooden slingshot on the ground. He was hiding here just now. How can this Yuan Wanting be so capable? It's... Who would have guessed that this shabby yard, which even beggars wouldn't look at more than a few times, actually hid such an uncanny workmanship? Hui Mo was stunned and couldn't close his mouth. I'm afraid that even the best craftsmen in the Ministry of Works can't make such a mechanism. It's flawless. Ning Shu shook her head and said, don't forget, his ancestors were extremely famous craftsmen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been chosen to repair the imperial mausoleum based on his ancestors' reputation. This person, he's really a rare genius. However, he was a rare genius, and in the end, God was jealous of him. Today, after enduring humiliation for 10 years, he finally ushered in the underworld. So far, all the big mysteries had been solved, but the people who were hiding still didn't want to come out of the darkness. The air was so stuffy that it made people panic. The rainstorm accumulated in the clouds seemed to be about to hit them together with the unreachable thing above their heads at any time. But it didn't come down. It was like a sharp sword hanging in the sky, ready to pierce the illusion of the world at any time. Chapter 6:19. Time unknowingly came to midnight. There were only 12 hours left before the trial at noon. Ning Shu said solemnly, Hui Mo, I want to ask you for a favor. Hui Mo said casually, Lady Ning, what kind of relationship do we have? You don't have to be so polite. Just say it. Ning Shu no longer pretended to be polite and went straight to the point. I know that your Wang Fu has control over the 9 states and 6 prefectures. You command the 8 extremes and have great magical powers. In particular, your Shitzi has prepared for a rainy day and planted countless spies in various places. Little brother Tianwen is the chief among them. So I would like to ask you to pass on a message for me. I would like to trouble him to make a trip overnight and help me transport something from the Hanjiang prefecture back to the capital. In the process of transport, they may encounter great obstacles and may even lose their lives. Please remind them to be careful. Hui Mo patted his chest and promised. His eyes were as bright as stars. Don't worry, I promise you. As long as it can solve the case, I will not refuse. After Hui Mo left, there were only 2 people left in the empty academy, Ning Shu and Zigui. This was the darkest time of the day, a heavy weight pressing down on her heart. Only the center of the broken lantern silently and gently scattered soft light, shining on Ning Shu's almost transparent face. Zigui's eyes were calm. He pointed at Ning Shu's tired eyes with concern and wrote on her palm, Miss, there are still 3 hours before dawn. Let's sleep for a while. You are too tired. It's useless to stay up. It's better to have a good rest. Don't collapse first. Ning Shu smiled and nodded, I'll do it. My dear Zigui, I'll listen to you. They didn't want to waste time running back and forth, so they drove the carriage into Aoshuang Academy and stayed in the carriage. Fortunately, the summer night was hot and they didn't have to worry about catching a cold. Ning Shu and Zigui shared a thin blanket, but they didn't feel at ease. There were all kinds of strange illusions in their dreams. There was Yuan Wanting whose neck was broken and hung on the beam. He stared back at her silently, as if asking her why she didn't help him solve the case. Why didn't she help him solve the case? Her mother sat alone in the prison. Her originally thin and weak body had lost a lot of weight, leaving only a thin layer of skin and flesh. She quietly looked at her and did not speak. Only her pair of eyes continuously flowed with tears, as if saying, Mother's little Shu, don't tell me you don't want me anymore. Do you want to watch your mother die with your eyes wide open? There was Empress Chao sitting on the phoenix seat with a ruthless face. She asked her why she promised to help her solve the problem, but stood on the opposite side of her and became her enemy. Then don't blame her for being ruthless. There was also a woman wearing a mask holding a sword. She walked over with a grin and pierced her chest with a sword. In the end, there were 7 children of different heights. Some were fat and some were thin. They held hands and stood side by side on the city wall of the Meridian Gate. Then, they jumped down together. Their tender and soft bodies fell into a pool of bloody mud. White brain matter mixed with eyeballs rolled down. The hot red blood rushed out of their broken bodies and covered her feet, wanting to drown her whole body. No. She didn't want this. No. Who would pull her out? Who would help her stop all of this? She screamed in her dream, trying her best to stop the bloody scene in front of her, but her whole body was stuck in the mud and she couldn't pull it out. Such a big fear made her whole body twitch in pain, and tears came out of the corners of her eyes. Just as she was about to be swallowed up by the huge fear, a melodious flute sound came from the short courtyard wall and passed through the thin wall of the carriage. It gently brushed into her sleep, so warm and so powerful. In her nightmare, Ning Shu clearly saw the most gentle hand in the world quietly appear in front of her, gently wiping away every inch of her fear and anxiety, wiping away every drop of tears on her face. Then, holding her hand, gently and firmly led her out of the terrible dream. She raised her head to see what the owner of that hand looked like, but that hand gently covered her eyes, blocking her sight. Then, it dropped the warmest kiss on her forehead. There was no more fear in her world, no other desire. Chapter 620. After sleeping for 2 or 3 hours, Ning Shu opened her eyes again before dawn. The rain that had accumulated for the whole night still hadn't fallen. The air was stuffy like a steamer. Even breathing made people feel flustered. Since Huemo left last night, he hadn't returned for the whole night. Perhaps he was tied up by something. And they still couldn't find any new clues about the case. Ironically, in just one night, the news that the villain who kidnapped the children and slandered the Empress had been executed had spread throughout the capital. Even without deliberately asking, people could see the white-haired old peddlers on the streets and alleys gathered in groups of 3 or 5 to talk about it. Have you heard? Have you heard? The serial case of the kidnapping of children has been solved. Guess who the murderer is? It's actually a teacher. That's just too crazy. He even deceived the children. How can there be such a vicious person in the world? It's simply outrageous. You don't know. That's not a simple teacher. 10 years ago, do you still remember the dog official surnamed Xiao in the Hanjiang prefecture? He committed all kinds of evil. He embezzled a total of 200,000 taels of silver and hanged himself. This teacher surnamed Yuan is the confidant of that dog officer Zhao. Back then, he escaped death by slipping out of his shell and has been hiding in our capital all this time. His goal is to bring chaos to the world and avenge his master. Oh. That teacher used to come to my shop to buy wine and help me write a few characters. I thought he was a good person. That's why it's said that you may know a person for a long time without understanding his heart. The more harmless a person looks, the more likely he is not a good person. I have a little nephew who studied with this teacher. I heard that the teacher was taken away by the officials yesterday. My whole family was scared stiff. My little nephew cried all night and dreamed that the teacher was coming to take him away. Don't worry. That guy was taken away by the officials. He knew that he couldn't escape death and hanged himself. He can't do evil anymore. It's a pity that he didn't want to reveal the whereabouts of the children he kidnapped. Alas, I'm afraid they were already killed by him. When I passed by the entrance of the government office, I saw that the officials posted a notice outside. It said that this afternoon, the 3 departments at the entrance of the Meridian Gate will jointly investigate the case and give an explanation to the people of the city. How is that enough? This dog thief had committed such a heinous crime, causing unrest in the capital for the past few days. Hanging himself would be too easy for him. If you ask me, you should pull out his corpse and flog it. You're right. Death by 1,000 cuts. Cut him into 8 pieces. No, we should grind his bones and scatter his ashes so that he can never be reincarnated. Ha 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 ha. Ning Shu did not want to listen to the rest of the conversation. She pulled Zigui and hurriedly left the breakfast shop. Listening to those people's crazy and almost irrational remarks, Zigui lost his appetite. He couldn't swallow the half-eaten bun in his hand anymore and threw it at the feet of the red-eyed, spittle-flying person. That person was jumping up and shouting happily. Suddenly, he stepped on the meat stuffing and fell flat on his face. Then, he cursed loudly. Zigui ignored him. He rolled his eyes coldly and followed Ning Shu with his head held high and his chest puffed out. Zigui pulled Ning Shu's sleeve and gestured worriedly, "Miss, there are only 3 sick hen left until noon. How are we going to investigate this case? Let's go to the medical center first." Ning Shu's expression was very calm. She let the gossip around her say that people's hearts were like ghosts. She remained unmoved, because it was not worth it at all. She said, "Tan Shaoqing is seriously injured, we haven't had time to visit him yet. We should at least express our sincerity. While we're at it, we can also take a look at those few little beggars from Jingdefang. Perhaps there will be an unexpected harvest." Zigui continued to gesture suspiciously. What harvest? Ning Shu naturally did not have the leisure to keep him in suspense. Her eyes flashed, she lightly opened her thin lips, her voice was clear and crisp like pearls and jade. "Do you still remember before, one of the little boys called June, unintentionally said something? He said, Qinxin Jiejia's father was obviously a very good person, but he was framed for stealing money and had his head chopped off. This father, could it be that he was referring to Zhao, Ming, Zhen? Perhaps the answer will come soon." Chapter 621. Young Dr. Shin, I beg you to let me go. I'm not dizzy now. I'm very well. I really don't need to stay in the clinic anymore. You see, there are so many patients outside. It's better for me to make room for people who need it more. Tan Siwei begged the cold-faced girl in front of the bed with a bitter face. He almost cried for her. He had never thought that although he, Tan Siwei, could not be considered an important official in the imperial court, he was still an official. There would be a day when he would grovel and beg someone so humbly. The girl in front of him was none other than another heroine in the capital. She was the most famous female doctor in Ren Medical Hall and the only daughter of Qin Ziqing, the governor of Jingji, Shin Yan. This girl was 17 years old. She was elegant and beautiful. She should have been a noble lady, but she was obsessed with medicine at a young age. Since then, she didn't wear any makeup and didn't like to dress up. Instead, she read medical books and held silver needles. Because of this, her father, Qin Ziqing, was so angry that he vomited 3 liters of blood. This girl decisively wrote a prescription and broke off their relationship. She didn't change at all and stepped into the clinic. She scraped bones and treated poisons without batting an eyelid. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Who didn't sigh behind her back, "Miss Shin, a girl is like a tiger." However, the expression of this delicate tigress did not change at all. She glanced at him coldly. She obviously had a delicate and beautiful face, but her height only reached Tan Siwei's chin. When she opened her mouth, a knife flew all over the sky. "Lie down. Our Ren Medical Hall is not lacking in beds. With your weak body, do you still want to force yourself to investigate the case? Don't kill yourself before you kill the murderer." Tan Siwei had a headache. "But I fainted because of the smoke that night. Then, I accidentally knocked my forehead. There wasn't even 3 to 5 drops of blood left. It had already scabbed over. If you don't believe me, I'll take off the gauze and show you." Shin Yan's murderous aura became stronger. Shut up. Are you the doctor or am I the doctor? I said you haven't recovered yet, so you haven't recovered. Use the silver needles again. Tan Siwei subconsciously withdrew one of his legs from the bed. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Just then, there was a gurgling sound from the medicine stove. Shen Yan poured the medicine into a bowl with a cold face and brought it to Tan Siwei. Open your mouth. Looking at another bowl of bitter medicinal soup, the corners of Tan Siwei's mouth twitched. He was heartbroken. It's hot. Shen Yan rolled her eyes and muttered, "You're a grown man, yet you're so afraid of hardship since you were young." However, despite her disgust, she still blew on the medicinal soup to cool it down. All right, it's not hot anymore. Drink it. Unable to escape, Tan Siwei let out a long sigh of sorrow in his heart. He swallowed the scalding bitter medicine along with his tears. He thought for a moment, then suddenly said, "By the way, little Shindafu, how did you know I was investigating a case?" Shen Yan's slender figure stiffened for some reason. She turned around and put the empty bowl on the table to cover it up. She said casually, "Of course I guessed it. You were hurriedly sent here by the officers of the Supreme Court for treatment the night before last. Your body was covered in ashes and burns. If you were not investigating a case, how could you be injured like this? Moreover, many people come and go in my clinic every day. What's so strange about hearing someone mention it by chance?" "I see." Tan Siwei nodded. "Since you've taken the medicine, you should have a good rest first." Shen Yan quietly exhaled and went out with the bowl of medicine. However, when she stepped out of the door, she pursed her lips and took out a small jar of candied fruit from her arms. She said lightly, "By the way, when I was treating a child just now, he specially gave me a jar of candied fruit as the consultation fee. I don't like sweets since I was a child. It's a waste to keep it. If you need it, I'll give it to you." The words "if you need it" were written all over Tan Siwei's face. However, he deliberately cleared his throat in order to maintain his dignity as the Vice Minister of the Supreme Court. He said, "I'm a man and I don't like sweets. However, it's hot in the summer and candied fruit can't be stored. If it goes bad, it won't be beautiful. Then I'll reluctantly help little Shindafu relieve his worries." Shen Yan's lips slightly curved up like spring water. She handed the candied fruit to Tan Siwei. Tan Siwei's eyes lit up. He was about to solemnly thank her when he suddenly saw Ning Shu coming in from the corner of his eyes. He was so overjoyed that he forgot to wear his shoes. He hurriedly got off the bed to greet her. "Why are you here?" He didn't notice Shen Yan's dim eyes. The old man had an idea and ordered us to choose the most typical case and make a copy of it and put it in the secret storehouse for future generations to refer to if they need it. However, because these old cases involved a wide range of people, after receiving His Majesty's approval, the whole process was carried out in secret, so no outsiders knew. I remember that there was a copy of the Hanjiang Prefecture case in the secret vault. Just you wait, I'll go back to the Supreme Court to open the secret vault and take it out. Perhaps it can help us turn the case around. Tan Siwei was a man of action. He would go if he said he would. "Don't go yet." Ning Shu hurriedly called out to stop him. She frowned and said, "Wait, Xiaoqing, you haven't said anything yet, right? According to you, this secret vault was carried out in secret. In the entire capital, other than His Majesty, only the 6 of you know about it. It has never been announced to outsiders. If you barge in and open the secret vault without permission, you will be greatly reprimanded. Even your safety will be threatened. It's not as easy as you say. Official Tan, don't hide it from me." After being exposed by Ning Shu, Tan Siwei smiled awkwardly. When he smiled, two shallow dimples appeared on his round face. He looked as amiable as a ball of cotton, but he said firmly, I will indeed be punished a little. However, don't forget who my father is. Although he made mistakes, he was once the Tan Qing Tian in the hearts of countless people. Even if it's for his sake, His Majesty and the Empress won't do anything to me. Moreover, 10 years ago, it was my father who went to the Hanjiang prefecture to take over the case from that year and convicted the Zhao family. As his son, how can I stay out of it? I am the son of the Tan family, the Shaoqing of the Supreme Court, and an official of the Great Yu dynasty. Chapter 624. I've learned little in my life. Although I'm not very capable, as long as I'm still eating the salary given to me by the people, I should be worthy of this official's robe. For some reason, when these words came out of the mouth of this man with a round face that looked like a steamed bun, it was especially shocking. Ning Shu couldn't help but be filled with admiration. She stood up and took a step back. She cupped her hand solemnly towards Tan Siwei and said, Shaoqing is righteous, but Ning Shu is particularly limited. Please accept Ning Shu's bow. Tan Siwei's face flushed red. Ah, no. Get up quickly. I'm not as good as you say. You're making me look bad. He hurriedly got up and helped her up. However, when he touched her soft arms, he was suddenly hit by a hidden weapon outside the window. Ouch! He cried out and fell backwards. Tan Siwei clutched his chest and cried out, What is it? Is it an assassin? Shu, quickly hide behind me. I'll protect you. Ning Shu took a closer look. The thing that rolled out of his chest was none other than a golden pearl. She quickly stepped forward and kicked it to Zigui's feet. Her eyes signaled for her to quickly hide. Tan Siwei looked at the master and servant's little movements in confusion. Ning Shu hurriedly stepped in front of Zigui. She played dumb and said, It's broad daylight, and we're in a medical center. How could it be an assassin? Her eyes drifted. She picked up a small stone from the corner of the wall and said, It's this stone, isn't it? The children playing outside the medical center must have been mischievous and lost their sense of propriety. They just happened to shoot it in and hit Shaoqing. The children are young and probably already ran away. It's better not to argue with them. Tan Siwei asked suspiciously, Really? Ning Shu nodded with certainty. It must be so. She looked out of the window. She wanted to facepalm. It was just an accidental touch. She really underestimated how childish someone could be. Tan Shaoqing, oh Tan Shaoqing, I can only apologize to you. Tan Siwei did not doubt her and nodded silently. Fortunately, he was not injured, only his chest was bruised. Back to the topic, he untied the thick gauze on his head, put on the official robe, and added, By the way, Shu, when I was here with those beggars yesterday, I accidentally heard Shindafu say that the girl named Wenwen's condition was a bit strange. At that time, she was very dizzy, so she didn't think much about it. Maybe we can ask Shindafu for more details. After he finished speaking, he thought for a moment, then turned back to put on the silk hat and hurriedly walked out. Ning Shu looked around, looking at the elegant jasmine flower on the windowsill and the half of a plain hairpin that could be vaguely seen behind the mirror. Zigui bent his knees and squatted down, holding the cool and refreshing mugwort incense tied to the foot of the bed. The master and servant both raised their eyebrows and smiled at each other. Fortunately, although Shindafu's face was cold, his heart was not cold. When Ning Shu asked, he told the truth. He said that the little girl named Wenwen was suffering from tuberculosis and had been sick for more than a year. According to her situation, she should have died a long time ago, but she survived until now. Therefore, he concluded that there must be a very clever doctor who gave her medicine to prolong her life. The three little guys were very tight-lipped. Shindafu repeatedly asked, but they refused to answer. Last night, the three little guys took the medicine in the medical hall and quietly ran away. Their whereabouts were unknown. Before leaving, Ning Shu returned the scattered lovesickness beans and the red string to Shindafu. Shindafu, this string of lovesickness beans should be yours. Before Tan Xiaoqing left, he specifically asked me to give it to him. Tan Xiaoqing squatted on the ground and picked them up one by one. I can see that this red string has a lot of wear and tear. It has always been a treasure that Shindafu has been wearing for many years. It's better to keep it. Shin Yan stopped the pestle in her hand and looked at the beads with a pair of clear eyes. Then, she turned her head and said, "It's old, I don't want it. I'll have to trouble Lady Ning to throw it away for me." Ning Shu smiled and forcibly held Shin Yan's hand and stuffed the red beads into her palm. Shindafu said that you don't want it, but you still can't help but look at it. This is a typical case of saying one thing and thinking another. If I didn't guess wrong, Tan Xiaoqing's room is not a ward at all, but a boudoir for Shindafu to rest. You! Shin Yan frowned in anger. Then, she heard Ning Shu's sincere eyes continue, Tan Xiaoqing is a person with a pure temperament and no distracting thoughts. But this is also his weakness. If you don't say something, I'm afraid he won't think in that direction in his life. Instead of waiting for him to take the initiative to open his mind, it's better to take the initiative and take the initiative in your own hands. Maybe there will be unexpected gains. Shin Yan was stunned. She felt the familiar touch of the red beads in her palm. She lowered her head and smiled bitterly. Then, she softly said, "But he doesn't even remember me. I never existed in his world. What kind of identity should I stand in front of him and tell him about the past that he doesn't remember? I also have my pride." Ning Shu didn't care about her image at all. She bent down and looked at Shin Yan. Pride is nothing. No wonder so many people stared at her along the way, thinking that she had been recognized. This feeling couldn't be better. When she came out of the clinic, it was already 7 in the morning. There were only 4 hours left before noon. Ning Shu quickly changed her clothes and set off without stopping. According to Shin Yan, Wen and the others must have a lot of important things that they didn't tell them, so they ran away in the night. It was very likely that behind this case, there was not only Yuan Wanting and those children, but also a hidden master who could snatch people back from the hands of the King of Hell. In this way, Yuan Wanting could take the initiative to go to the Netherworld and leave the rest to that person with peace of mind. However, where were that person and those monkey-like children? The dark clouds in the sky were getting closer, as if they were pressing on the top of her head, making her heart uncontrollably heavy, as if it was filled with a lot of lead. The clothes that she had just changed into were soaked with sweat again. Ning Shu stood in the square imperial city, which was like a huge prison, and felt infinitely confused. In the strange eyes of the people coming and going and the hurried figures disappearing, Ning Shu suddenly remembered a few words recorded in the pile of books. Before Zhao Mingjin was demoted and sent to the Hanjiang Manor, the house she lived in seemed to be near the Jingde Lane. No wonder those little beggars chose that place as their base. There, it must be there. Qin, it's time. In a shabby house that was covered with thorns and weeds, the walls were dilapidated, and the corners seemed to be full of ghosts who had died unjustly. A tall and thin man with white hair on his temples put Qian Dongbao, who was heavy in his arms, on the shabby mat in the inner room together with Wang Xiaoxing and the other kids. The kids were motionless and did not react at all, as if they were dead. After the kids were settled, the man clenched his fists and bent down, coughing a few times to suppress his emotions. He walked out and said to Qin, Xiaoyuan, and Zimo, who were still standing, are you all ready? It's almost time. We should go and prepare in advance. The three teenagers who had just lost their childishness nodded firmly without any hesitation with starry eyes. The man looked at them with his old, yellow, and bloodshot eyes. He couldn't bear it but hesitated. Kids, have you all decided? You may lose your lives this time. The oldest Xiaoyuan smiled and said, then we will lose our lives. It was not that he did not have the fear of facing death. Because of that fear, his face was pale and his fingers were trembling. It was just that the flame hidden in the young man's heart spurred him to surpass the fear, to run, to pursue, to restore the more important belief. It was the same for Qinqin and Zimo. The man's eyes were slightly wet. He smiled sadly and patted the kid's shoulders. Your father is in the netherworld. If he knows what we have done, he will be furious. But it's good. We will be reunited soon. At that time, we will kowtow to him and ask for forgiveness. Don't be afraid. It will be over soon. Chapter 626. In the previous decades, who didn't know that the Zhao family in the east of the city was really a house of literary experts? They had produced 10 Hanlon scholars and poets were everywhere. It was normal for the Zhao family's descendants to write poems in 7 steps when they were 5 years old and write dragon calligraphy when they were 8 years old. Even the most useless descendant could open an academy and be fought for by the majority of students to get a place to enter. They were known as the living literary stars in the capital. At the most exaggerated time, as long as the students were preparing for the imperial examination, they would run to the Zhao family's door the day before they entered the examination courtyard to burn an incense and worship, praying for a little bit of good fortune to pass the imperial examination. Until later, there was an unfilial descendant, Zhao Mingjin, who caused the Zhao family's master to commit suicide at 80 years old and the rest of the 9 generations were killed. Overnight, the 100-year-old Zhao family collapsed and disappeared. There was no more sound, only a house full of wandering ghosts. Ning Shu didn't have time to be sad and hurriedly pushed open the broken door of the Zhao family. Before she could find the second person behind, she bumped into a group of guards, who were carrying Qian Dongbao and the others in their arms. Who are you? Put them down. Ning Shu's eyes were sharp. She immediately took a soft sword from Zigui and pointed it at the other party's eyebrows. Seeing that a fight was about to start, a casual voice came from the house. There was a trace of evil in the casual tone. Put down your swords. Don't you see that this is the Lady Ning that I've been thinking about? How can you be so rude to a beauty? Ning Shu narrowed her eyes and looked at the evil man in front of her. She frowned and said, Chao Huayu. She had never seen this person in this life. She only met this person once at Xiao Yuni's coronation in her first life. He was definitely not a good person to get along with. This time, their positions were at odds with each other. In addition, in the case of Consort Wan a few months ago, she exposed in public that Chao Huayu had ordered Wan Chang and to almost kill Cloud Leaf, causing him to be grounded for 3 months by the emperor and lose face in the circle of noble families. New enmity and old enmity, this guy was definitely up to no good. Chao Huayu waved his fan and slowly walked over. He squinted his eyes and looked at her with interest. The fan almost touched her chin. So you are Ning Shu. You really are a beauty. No wonder you can make His Highness the 6th Prince so infatuated that he almost ruined the overall situation. Your appearance is really bewitching. Enraged by his frivolous tone, Zigui lashed out with her soft whip, but Chao Huayu dodged it. His eyes flashed, and in an instant, 5 or 6 imperial bodyguards drew their swords and surrounded Zigui, leaving her with no time to care about anything else. Ning Shu watched as Qian Dongbao and the others were taken away right under her nose. She was burning with anxiety. Chao Huayu, they are all innocent children. What are you doing? Let them go. TSK, great beauty, you misunderstood, didn't you? Who said that this young master wanted to harm them? I just happened to pass by here and coincidentally found these poor children. I pitied them for being used by evil people, so I gave them a helping hand. When I found them, they were already drugged and unconscious. This young master was born with a soft heart, so I specially protected them. In the future, I will personally send them to their parents. This young master is a great good person. Such shameless words and actions almost made Ning Shu's stomach churn and vomit on his face. Since young Master Chao came here by accident, then I ask young master to give these 4 children to me. You must have heard that the Empress gave this case to me a few days ago. I have a letter from the Empress here. Letter. Chao Huayu gave a cold smile and pinched her chin. My aunt gave you the letter because she wanted you to help her resolve her worries. She didn't want to raise a rebellious person like you who doesn't know what's good for you. Ning Shu couldn't take it anymore and angrily said, Scram. Scram. All right, then I ask Beauty to scram into this young master's embrace. Last time, you almost harmed this young master, so this interest that I'm getting back isn't much at all. Rather than letting you continue to cause trouble for His Highness Sixth Prince and disturb his mind, it's better to let this young master enjoy you. Chapter 627. He was strong and she was weak. At this moment, the situation was so clear. Chao Huayu smiled like a poisonous scorpion with its tail out, wanting to touch the sweetest rouge fruit. Then you won't be able to go to Meridian Gate to make trouble at noon. It's really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just as his dirty hands were about to touch Ning Shu's face, a string of arrows pierced through the air. First, it was the first arrow that blocked Chao Huayu's dirty hands, forcing him to continuously retreat in order to save his life. Then, the second, third, and fourth arrows chased after him like lightning, causing blood to blossom from the chests of the guards surrounding Zigui, killing them on the spot. In shock, Chao Huayu's voice cracked as he shouted angrily, "Who is it?" A rebellious young man's voice accompanied his valiant posture. He flipped over the wall, holding a crossbow and carrying a quiver of arrows, landing beside Zigui in the most elegant posture. He curled his lips and said, "I'm your ancestor." It was the monkey's son that she hadn't seen for 3 days, Shi Yan. As soon as he came in front of Zigui, the monkey's son who dared to poke a hole in the sky immediately returned to his original form. He shamelessly hugged Zigui's arm and said coquettishly, "My biological son, my good wife, I haven't seen you for 3 days. Did you miss me? I missed you so much. I missed you when I was eating, I missed you when I was sleeping, and I even missed you when I went to the toilet. I missed you so much that I couldn't eat. Touch it, look at my handsome face, it's become thinner. Hurry up and touch it." Zigui's mouth twitched, and his face was livid. If it wasn't that this guy was still useful now, she couldn't wait to kick this shameless thing out. After the one-sided flirting, Shi Yan, who was full, returned to the topic and said coldly, "Chao family's son of a bitch, it was you who sent people to bully my wife and her master. You're courting death. You're from Nanping Prince's mansion." Chao Huayu was evil, but Shi Yan was even more evil than him. "Yes, my good grandson, there are still a large group of your ancestors outside. If you know what's good for you, hand her over and get out of here. Otherwise, remember this day, this is the day you die." Just a moment ago, he was strong and she was weak. In an instant, the situation was completely reversed. Chao Huayu's face was livid. The broken fan in his hand was almost broken by himself. He gritted his teeth and was extremely angry. In the end, he admitted that the situation was stronger than him. He squeezed out word by word from his teeth, give those little bastards to them. The sleeping children finally returned to them safe and sound. Ning Shu let out a long sigh of relief. Chao Huayu's scorpion-like eyes stared coldly at Ning Shu for a long time before he turned around and left with his men. The moment he urged his horse to leave, he used his internal energy to leave behind a string of venomous laughter. Ning Shu, oh Ning Shu, don't be happy too early. So what if I let you take these children away today? Do you think you can change anything? Let me tell you, at this moment, your mother is hanging on a beam of the Meridian Gate Tower. Her whole body is tied up and she can't move. Her slender neck is wrapped with a snow-white satin. Her pair of sentimental eyes are revealing sad tears. Perhaps her heart is only thinking about you, your younger brother, and your benevolent and useless father. You listen to me, Ning Shu. Today at noon, as long as you dare to appear at the Meridian Gate and ruin my Chao family's business, then wait and see how your good mother will be buried with my Chao family. Ha 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 ha. Ning Shu's face turned white. Her eyes trembled. For a moment, her heart was in pain. Bastard, die. Shi Yan was angry and anxious. He shot an arrow, but Chao Huayu was as fast as a rabbit. The arrow was dodged before it touched his flesh. But another golden leaf was faster. It flew out like a frost blade and hit his shoulder, bursting out a blooming flower of blood. Chao Huayu fell backwards. He was caught by the bodyguard at the side. The master and servant fled like a stray dog. In the Zhao residence, Ning Shu was anxious. Her vision turned black and she suddenly fainted. Chapter 628. After nearly 20 days of people being in a state of panic and not coming out of their doors, tens of thousands of commoners rushed to the Meridian Gate from every corner of the capital early in the morning after hearing the news. They wanted to see who the great demon that caused them to feel uneasy day and night was and give them an explanation. Therefore, the Meridian Gate, which was usually solemn and desolate, was crowded today. Everyone was looking forward to it and even forgot to eat. Finally, the palace gates opened wide. Thousands of Dragon City guards and bailiffs came out in a line. Minister of Justice Zhong Yan, Minister of the Supreme Court Feng Jing, and Imperial Censor of the Left Tang Lang, the three of them were wearing official robes. They walked out with serious faces and sat side by side in the courtroom. There were also 12 other officials on the side. A hanger and a dog-head guillotine were set up in front of the Meridian Gate. Their bodies were full of muscles and weighed over 200 pounds. They were ready for the trial. Even Feng Jing, who felt his feet hurt every day, looked up at the corner of the phoenix robe that belonged to the Empress behind the screen at the highest point of the Meridian Gate Tower. He sighed and put away his nature, which was rare for him. He put on a straight face and cooperated with everyone to finish the show. The moment the noon bell and drums sounded, the bailiffs sang and the trial officially began. Lu Laosan and his wife trembled like sifting chaff and were escorted to the Meridian Gate like stray dogs. They faced the tens of thousands of indignant faces of Shangjing with blank faces. The Minister of Justice Zhong Yan was the presiding judge. He glared angrily and slammed the gavel on the table. He scolded loudly, Lu Laosan, Zhu Huinyang, where did the two of you get the guts? You dared to help Yuan Tian Wang, a remnant of the Hanjiang prefecture, cause chaos in the tomb of the late emperor, kidnap several children in the city, and try to frame the current empress. Your actions are simply audacious and too numerous to be recorded. Now that the evidence of your crimes is conclusive, why don't you plead guilty? Otherwise, you will be punished severely. Lu Laosan subconsciously opened his mouth and wanted to cry injustice. He admitted that he was not a good person. In the past 30 years, he had bullied and taken advantage of countless neighbors, but the word virtue had never appeared in his family. Later, when he finally gave birth to his eldest son, he was also a fool. Even when he was tossing and turning late at night, he would sometimes wonder if this was retribution. However, after a long nap, he was still as unrepentant as ever. So what if he was being scolded behind his back? As long as they earned the money and took advantage of the situation, wouldn't the Liu family be the ones to be proud? What retribution? Bah! Their family of 3 lived an extravagant and carefree life, which was the most realistic thing. As for their foolish eldest son, he could just buy a willing child bride from somewhere and she would be his son's slave for the rest of her life. Then, one day, he was lucky enough to pick up a free one and brought it home with a grin on his face. He was wrong, but he didn't deserve to die, did he? He really didn't understand why things turned out like this for no reason. The executioner was less than 100 paces away from him, ready to take his dog's life at any moment. His wife was kneeling by his side. The two of them looked at each other and wept silently. They wanted to cry injustice. Really, these crimes were really not committed by them. What traitor? What Yuan Tianwang? They had never seen him before. However, behind the heavy meridian gate, their foolish eldest son's heart was being held by a sword. He could die at any time. Retribution, there was really retribution in this world. This was the biggest punishment from God. Under the witness of tens of thousands of people, Lu Laosan and his wife lowered their heads as if they were confessing. Zhong Yan continued to ask, both of you are admitting to your crimes? Lu Laosan and Zhu Huinyang clenched their teeth and nodded with tears in their eyes. Their faces were ashen. Trembling, they squeezed out word by word according to the confession they had memorized before they came. Yes, this series of crimes, we were indeed bewitched by ghosts. We were bribed by Yuan Tianwang and committed them together. All the strange and evil things in the mausoleum of the late emperor were all done by you. Yes. It's all an illusion that we deliberately created. We wanted to frame the current dynasty, the current dynasty's empress. Her Majesty is indeed innocent and suffered an undeserved calamity for no reason. How did you commit the crimes? Where did the children that were kidnapped by you go? Lu Laosan was only left with a shell, and he was already dead inside. He said dully, I went to the imperial mausoleum every day to deliver vegetables. According to Yuan Tianwang's order, I sneaked in and set up a trap. Then, the traitor Yuan Tianwang used his identity as a headmaster of the academy to seduce several children and the child bride I picked up. Together, we created a false reputation. The more chaotic the capital city was, the more benefits we could reap. We hid those children. If you want to know where they are, you have to let us go unharmed and forgive all our crimes. Only then will we be willing to reveal any trace of those children. Chapter 629. Before Lu Laosan could finish his words, countless rotten vegetables and eggs flew from all directions and hit them. Lu Laosan and Zhu Huinyang lowered their heads as if their tongues had been cut off. They lost all ability to speak when their son's bloody tongue was squeezed out of his mouth last night. When the people were almost done venting their anger, Zhong Yan received Chao Guozhou's signal. He raised his hand and ordered the officers to pretend to stop them. The gavel was slammed again. Zhong Yan was not angry, but he was powerful. He confirmed their crimes. You husband and wife admitted that this case was done by you and Yuan Tianwang, right? Yes, traitor Yuan Tianwang knew that his crime was exposed and he was too ashamed to face the world, so he committed suicide to avoid punishment, right? Yes, someone, bring the confession to Zhu Mo and let them sign it. When Lu Laosan and Zhu Huinyang voluntarily pressed their red handprints in front of tens of thousands of eyes, countless shouts and roars were heard. Every face was filled with righteous indignation, shouting their long-suppressed anger. Kill them. Kill them. Evil husband and evil wife, death is not to be regretted. Bold traitor Yuan, 5 horses will tear him apart. Kill. 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 Chao Jingwei sat at the head of the table. His eyes were half closed as he slowly looked at the murderous and ferocious faces of the people around him. Listening to their violent shouts, the corners of his mouth twitched without batting an eyelid. When he was done admiring, he picked up the cup of tea in satisfaction. He did not drink it, but blew the tea leaves floating on the surface of the water. He sighed. Minister Zhong, I am old, and I can't bear to see these bloody things. But in this situation, the husband and wife have committed a heinous crime. If they are not punished, I am afraid that the anger of the people will not be appeased. Zhong Yan nodded. Uncle is right. What do you think, Lord Tang? The Procurator's Imperial Censor of the left, Tang Lang, caught the ball that was kicked over. He rolled his eyes and said, this official also thinks so. According to the laws of Great Yu, he should be sentenced to death as a warning to others. Only then will this case come to an end and peace can be restored in the capital. Only Feng Zhang's sparse, snow-white goatee trembled as he said hesitantly, it's just that, we still haven't found the whereabouts of those children. If we hastily deal with these two, I'm afraid. Zhong Yan narrowed his eyes and said, Lord Feng, do you think that the 60,000 Yongchengwei in the capital are all freeloaders? With so many officials, they couldn't even find a few children. Moreover, today's public trial was to give the commoners an explanation and return peace to the capital. If these 2 traitors were allowed to return to the mountains and cause new trouble and commit new crimes, would Lord Feng be prepared to take full responsibility? How is Lord Feng going to make up for the Empress's ruined reputation? More than a dozen pairs of sharp eyes swept over in unison, as if they were united against a common enemy. Feng Jing couldn't do anything by himself, and his throat was unconsciously blocked. He could only sigh softly, and didn't say anything else. Lang and Bei looked at each other and smiled, and worked together to push the situation to the end. As the order letter in Zhong Yan's hand fell to the ground, Lu Laosan and his wife were escorted to the execution platform. The executioner shook the muscles on his face and slowly raised the 40-pound, shining silver broadsword above his head. The surrounding commoners shouted excitedly, looking forward to the wonderful moment of blood splattering everywhere. On the Meridian Gate, Chao Huayu was bored to death watching the good show that he had personally prepared. He smacked his lips, and his eyes lazily scanned the entire Meridian Gate, but he couldn't find the figure. He curled his lips and sneered sarcastically, as expected of a person. They talk about etiquette and morality, as if they are the embodiment of justice. But when it comes to the end, they still can't escape the phrase, every man for himself. In front of their own family, the life and death of others and justice are nothing more than a fart. Ning Shu, oh Ning Shu, you are nothing more than this. He bent down towards the bright yellow phoenix robe and laughed in a low voice. Aunt, you promised you well. Ning Shu and Xiahou Qing will not appear here today to be an eyesore to Aunt. This matter has been settled, and it is not interesting. Aunt, you will respectfully send you back to the palace, so that the stench of blood will not stain your phoenix appearance. Empress Chao smiled gracefully, and gently turned the jade thumb ring that was inlaid with 8 kinds of peerless treasures. At least that girl surnamed Ning knows the situation and doesn't dare to be enemies with this empress. Since the matter has been settled, then let's go back to the palace. His Majesty is still waiting for this empress to go back and take care of him. This empress can't be absent for even a moment. She reached out her hand and unhurriedly walked down the Meridian Gate with Chao Huayu's support. When she finally caught a glimpse of the white figure hanging from the roof beam, she suddenly remembered that there was still such a living person. She raised her eyes and sneered, this consort forgot that he Xian is still here. Then let her hang on the roof beam for a while. Remember, leave her with a breath of life and then give her to that cheap girl. Consider this consort's gift to her. Chao Huayu touched his injured shoulder blade, and the curve of his mouth was full of malice. He smiled and said, "Yes, I will follow Aunt's orders. I must give that Ning Shu a big return gift." The bright yellow phoenix robe was the same as when she came. She calmly boarded the phoenix carriage, and with a face full of smiles, she prepared to go back to the palace. Behind her was a thick meridian gate. On the execution platform, the executioner sprayed a mouthful of strong wine on the blade, and finally raised the blade to the highest point. He was about to raise the blade and bring it down. Suddenly, in a corner of the sky, no one knew where a few large bird-like things came from. They opened their stiff wings and floated in the dark sky. In front of the countless common people, they swayed and landed on the highest ridge of the Meridian Gate Tower. It stirred up waves of screams. The common people raised their heads and shouted, "Look! What is that?" The 3 pairs of wings slid down from the ridge and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The common people focused their eyes and saw that there were several human figures that landed on the 8-foot ridge. This sudden change messed up the chessboard that was originally the last chess piece. Even the executioner stopped in the air. Chao Jingwei's face suddenly changed, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground. A sharp-eyed common person quickly recognized, "Children, it seems to be 3 children. Oh my God, these 3 kids have climbed so high up. What do they want to do?" "Ah! I know. Aren't these the faces of the beggars on the government's gate? Weren't they kidnapped by Thief Yuan and Lu Laosan? How can they be standing so high up? Hua! What are they doing holding hands? Could it be that they want to jump down?" Chapter 630. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the children clasped their hands together tightly. 3 pairs of clear eyes looked down at the densely packed black dots under their feet. Their legs were trembling and their backs were drenched in sweat, but there was no hesitation in their eyes. When they searched the entire Meridian Square but could not find Ning Shu, Qinqin's eyes dimmed. She bit her lips in disappointment. The teacher was right. There is no one in this world that we can rely on. She thought that Miss Ning would be different from others. In the past few days, they had been secretly watching her every move, watching her racking her brains to investigate this case day and night, watching her desperately trying to rush into the fire to save them that night, watching her risking her life to fight against all kinds of assassins, the Dragon City Guards, and the Chao family. She naively thought that Miss Ning was different from those people who fished for fame and compliments, who spoke righteous words but were dirty behind their backs. Perhaps they could believe her for once. That was how they persuaded the headmaster to give her the 2 ingots of silver. However, in the end, he still misjudged the person. Xiaoyuan smiled and shook his head. "It's okay. Even without her, we can do it ourselves." Zimo said, "Yes. We have waited for so many years. Isn't it for this day? The teacher used his life to set up this trap. Now it's our turn." "Qinqin, Zimo, are you scared?" Qinqin said in a low voice, "A little." They held each other's hands tightly. They were the most unbreakable fortress in the world. "Don't be scared. We have always been together. The truth is more important than life and death." The 3 half-grown youths, because they had been starving for a long time, had been hiding from place to place. They were much shorter than other children of the same age, but when they raised their hands and spread out their bodies, their hemp clothes full of patches fluttered in the wind, as if they were the largest birds in the world. The birds spread their wings, and a piece of white silk that was several times larger than their bodies rolled into the wind, piercing everyone's eyes. On it were 9 large words written in blood-red cinnabar. Under the dark sky above their heads, each word was soaked in blood. It was a shocking sight. If the demon empress is not eliminated, the country will be overthrown. The dust that was about to fall to the ground was instantly swept up by the wind. The fire hidden in the wind fell into a pot of oil. It instantly boiled the doubts of those who remained silent. The mob that was in a bloody carnival suddenly opened their eyes wide as if they had just woken up from a dream. The whole square erupted into a shocking commotion. Even the executioners subconsciously put down their weapons. Empress Chow's smile that had not completely disappeared froze in a flash. It turned into a ferocious anger. She did not care about her manners. She stood up from the phoenix carriage and said to Chow Huayu, "How did you promise me? Why are these little bastards here?" Chow Huayu's face, he was stunned. Empress Chow's heart. "Where are the archers? Shoot those 3 little bastards down for me." Chow Huayu anxiously said, "Aunt, you can't. If we kill them on the spot in front of so many people, I'm afraid it will make the people even more suspicious and cause more trouble in their lives. At that time, rumors and slanders will be rampant and everything we've done today will be for naught." He finally understood why that person surnamed Yuan was willing to come out after hiding for 10 years. Even yesterday, when he took the white silk and pushed open the prison cell to send him to his death, that person surnamed Yuan did not say a word and took the white silk with a smile. It turned out that he had already calculated today. Yuan Tianwang was sure that as long as he died, they would subconsciously relax and not put these little beggars in their eyes. He also knew that in order to shut the mouths of the world, they had no choice but to choose the Meridian Gate. In front of the people, they had to give a final explanation. He generously faced death. He was waiting for this moment. He was waiting for the tens of thousands of people around the Meridian Gate to see. Empress Chow's face was gloomy. She coldly looked back and looked at him disdainfully. "Then tell me what you can do. Don't tell me that these bastards are going to talk nonsense in front of tens of thousands of people and strip this empress clean of her face. If not, then shut up. This empress will not trust any of you. Come, receive this empress's decree. These 3 bastards are the accomplices of thief Yuan. They changed their appearance and makeup to assassinate this empress and court officials. This empress wants these 3 bastards to immediately die with arrows through their hearts." Chapter 631. Our Master Yuan is not a traitor at all. The truth of the Hanjiang Prefecture case 10 years ago is. Xiao Yuan shouted with all his might, but before he could finish his sentence, a sharp arrow had bitten his shoulder like a poisonous snake's tongue, shooting his thin body directly down from the 8-feet-high roof. Xiao Yuan. Qinxin and Zimo stretched out their hands and shouted. Their fingertips only had time to touch the corner of his clothes before they watched him fall down. Then, thousands of arrows formed a net and covered them like rain. Zimo arched his back and protected Qinxin firmly in his arms. While dodging in a panic, the 2 slipped and rolled down from the roof. At this critical moment, a soft whip made of fine steel pierced through the air and wrapped around their waists. Then, a light purple figure flew towards them, as light as a swallow. At the same time, a huge iron umbrella opened up in the air. The person holding the umbrella was like a heavenly soldier, controlling the bamboo handle in his hand to fly in front of them. The umbrella made muffled sounds like an immortal pulling flowers, catching the dense rain of sharp arrows one by one and flicking them to the ground. Unexpectedly, not a single arrow could penetrate this seamless net. In a mess of mahjong tiles, an unforeseen event occurred again. The commoners scurried around like frightened ants, trying to avoid the arrows. However, the doubts in their hearts grew unconsciously. What the hell is going on? Didn't Lu Laosan and that traitor Yuan conspire to kidnap children in the city? Why did these children appear on their own? Didn't they say these children were victims? Why did they shoot them on the spot? Was this case related to the case of the Hanjiang Prefecture 10 years ago? All of this was like a deliberately sown fire, invisibly igniting in the hearts of all the common people present. Then, all of the fire coincidentally gathered on the white handkerchief that fell to the ground. The word, injustice, was written in large letters. The complexion of all the officials present changed. Chao Huayu's brain exploded with a buzzing sound. From behind the Meridian Gate, he angrily pointed his sword at the intruder. Who are you? How dare you be so presumptuous at the Meridian Gate? The man under the umbrella burst out laughing. Son of a bitch, I haven't seen you for only 4 hours and you've forgotten me. I'll tell you again out of kindness. I'm your ancestor. His son, his father, and his ancestors were a mess, but this didn't prevent Chao Huayu's deceitful face from twisting uncontrollably when he heard this voice. He squeezed out word by word from between his teeth. It's you. What about Ning Shu? Where is that woman? When the huge iron umbrella flashing with silver light fell, several figures appeared in front of everyone. One of them was a black-clothed youth holding an umbrella. He had a quiver of arrows on his back and a blade of grass in his mouth. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. One was a young girl dressed in light purple clothes. She had just dragged Qinchin and Zimo, who had yet to recover from their shock, to the ground steadily. Putting away the iron umbrella that weighed 100 pounds, Shi Yan swung his wrist, which was not that sore, and lazily pointed behind Chao Huayu. Hey, my good grandson, isn't he over there? My name is Ning Shu. Greetings, everyone. A voice as clear as a spring came from behind him. She took off the disguise on her face and walked to Chao Huayu, as well as to everyone else. Her hands were supporting Xiao Yuan, who had fallen from the eaves after being shot by an arrow. Chao Huayu's mind was stretched taut. The moment he saw her, he couldn't hold it any longer and snapped. He opened his eyes wide and almost shouted, how dare you come? She lowered her eyelashes and smiled, with young Master Chao's constant concern, how dare I not come? Moreover, this case is not over yet. The truth is far away from us. If I give up halfway, won't I fail to live up to my master's teachings, and fail to live up to Nyang Nyang's trust? Chao Huayu clenched his fists, the veins on the back of his hands almost bursting. He came in front of Ning Shu and lowered his voice. Using the most vicious voice in the world, he said, Ning Shu, you don't want your mother's life, do you? When she heard the word mother, Ning Shu's heart uncontrollably twitched. She slowly shook her head and pushed Xiao Yuan into Shi Yan's hands, indicating for her to quickly treat Xiao Yuan's wounds. The children hugged each other tightly after escaping death and cried silently. Ning Shu took a deep breath and suppressed the bloody feeling in her chest. She smiled and said, Second young master misunderstands, my daughter doesn't dare. My daughter has come here today not to go against second young master, and I don't dare to go against Nyang Nyang. I want to expose the true faces of these child beggars in front of all the people. They are not the so-called victims, but the culprits who have concocted this whole series of cases and played everyone in the palm of their hands over the past half a month. Chapter 632. The moment Ning Shu appeared, people quickly recognized her. Ning Shu. Isn't that the Ning family's Ning Shu? No, that sharp-tongued, and tough. Why is she here? She even said that those little beggars were accomplices. What is going on? That's right. What is going on? Why did the officials kill them the moment they appeared? Hearing the discussions around him, Feng Zhang's goatee trembled. He carefully looked at the Chow family's furious expressions and sighed inside. This Ning family girl had been too rash this time. Right now, the emperor was still sick and the empress was in control of the court. Who dared to go against her wishes? There were almost 10,000 Yang Chengwei guarding the Meridian Gate. Fighting the strong with the weak was not a wise move. It was very likely that they would not be able to save the people and would die here. It was clear that Feng Jing was not the only person who knew this. Chao Huayu gave a cold laugh. He stared darkly at Ning Shu and said, "Ning Shu, do you think I can't see through what tricks you want to play? Don't treat people like idiots. Do you believe that I have 10,000 ways to make you wish you were dead right now?" It was unknown if it was because the sky above them was too dark or if Ning Shu was already very weak, but her lips were unnaturally white. Zigui worriedly went forward to support her back. No one here knew what kind of struggle and torment her young miss had experienced before she decided to come here. The blood she had vomited was still hidden in Zigui's handkerchief and burned Zigui's heart. Ning Shu shook her head, indicating that Zigui was fine. She obediently lowered her eyelashes and smiled faintly. She did not move in the slightest. Has young Master Chow misunderstood? I've already said that I'm not here to stir up trouble. Instead, I'm here to lend you a hand and expose the conspiracy of that thief Yuan and his accomplices to the public. The people of Jing have been in fear for half a month because of them. They have not been able to eat or sleep well. Everyone is in danger. Don't they deserve a reasonable explanation? Or could it be that in young Master Chow's heart, their thoughts never mattered at all? If it was said that the commoners were only suspicious just now, then after Ning Shu's words, the anger in the commoners' hearts was completely ignited. They may not be as smart as the officials present, but none of them were fools. They hated being treated like fools and fooled by others. As the saying goes, the people are the most important, the state comes second, and the monarch is the least important. Even if these words were pompous, no one would take them seriously. However, if water can carry a boat, it can also capsize a boat. Once the ants were forced to the extreme, their combined strength could also shake the heavens. No matter how much Chao Huayu wanted to pierce her throat with the arrow in his hand and let her blood splatter on the spot, how much he wanted to cut off her tongue and cut her body into pieces so that she would be cursed by the world without clothes. But at this moment, Ning Shu's fearless eyes were telling him, if you want to do it, fine. But before you do it, you'd better think about it first. If you kill people again and again in front of so many people to silence them, how can you stop the mouth of the world? When the people were angry and the country was in chaos, what could the Chow family gain from this? Some things, when Ning Shu appeared, were already destined to have an outcome. Chao Jingwei, who was strategizing not long ago as if everything in the world was in his hands, now looked defeated and closed his eyes forcefully. The truth. We want the truth. We want the truth. When the shout sounded, no one could stop the footsteps of the truth anymore. Ning Shu smiled slightly. She walked to the front of the crowd and bowed her head. She curtsied and said, "Thank you for your trust. I will not let you down." She raised her head. Her eyes were like the surface of water that looked gentle but would never be torn apart. She pointed at Xiaoyuan Qinshin and said, "First, I want to tell you how these 3 child beggars abducted children and committed this shocking crime." The commoners were surprised. Wasn't it said that it was done by thief Yuan? Ning Shu took a deep breath and looked back at Qinshin and the others who were crying silently. She shook her head and said, "Actually, it wasn't." Chapter 633. That night in Danglong Alley, the only son of the Qian family, the 8-year-old Qian Dongbao, told his parents that he was going to play with his friends. He never returned until his lost shoes and a strange black pattern were found 5 miles away from his home by the Lishui River. Then Wang Shaoxing, who quarreled with his parents, and Zhao Mianer, who had a sensitive mind and relied on his 70-year-old grandmother, all disappeared one by one. The next was the orphan Ling, who was picked up by Lu Laosan and Zhu Huanyang halfway up the mountain. Until the night before yesterday, there was a huge fire in front of hundreds of people. It helped these 3 child beggars escape, forming these 5 shocking serial disappearances. At first, I also suspected that it was done by thief Yuan, especially since Qian Dongbao was a student of the academy and had a close relationship with him. It was extremely convenient to trick him. But what about the other children? We carefully investigated his daily movements. He was either drinking and going crazy at the academy or shaking his head to fool the other children. The furthest place he went out every day was the wine shop 2 streets away from the academy. He pestered and coaxed to exchange a painting for half a bottle of new Hong. And these children lived in 5 different areas of the capital city. How could he wander around the streets every day without attracting attention? How could he announce his identity as the headmaster of the academy and coax these sensitive children? Rather than implying that it was him who did it, it would be better to say that from the beginning to the end, he used himself as a clear flag to deceive and attract all of our attention to him. And let us forget, within the millions of people in the capital, who is more legitimate than the child beggars who walk the streets and alleys all day without a roof over their heads, who can walk the streets and alleys of the capital without arousing any suspicions. Their identity as a child beggar made them suffer a lot, but at the same time, it also brought them great convenience. Qian Dongbao, 8 years old, has a cheerful personality and loves to help others. His classmate once bumped into him fighting with a hoodlum in Chang'an Alley and smashed his opponent's head with a brick. After that, we found the 2 hoodlums. According to their confession, it was because they were drunk and wanted to tease a little beggar girl. They were seen by Qian Dongbao, so they got into an argument. If I'm not wrong, that little girl is you, right, Qin? Ning Shu's eyes were like a handful of melted snow that fell on Qin. Qin bit her lower lip hard, leaving a bloody mark. She clenched her fists and dared not look at her. It's me. Hearing her confession, Mother Dongbao, who had cried until she collapsed from exhaustion, rushed out of the crowd waving her skinny hands and shouted at her, "Then what about my Dongbao? Where did you trick my Dongbao?" Facing such a question, Qin's face turned even paler. She lowered her head, not daring to look at her sorrowful eyes. Ning Shu hurriedly stepped forward and comforted her, "Mother Dongbao, don't worry. Dongbao is fine now. He's in a very safe place. After I clear up everything, we'll definitely return him to you in one piece. Trust me, okay?" Mother Dongbao looked at her with tears in her eyes. She recognized that the girl in front of her was the servant who came to comfort her a few days ago. After hesitating for a long time, she suppressed the fear in her heart and held Qin's hand tightly to stop crying. Ning Shu asked Zigui to take care of her. She straightened her thin waist and stood in front of the axeman's big knife that was oozing with thin blood light. Then she continued to talk. Then there's Zhao Mianer. Zhao Mianer's father died on the battlefield and her mother passed away due to illness. The 2 of them were at their wits' end. They relied on Grandma Zhao, who was 70 years old, to wash clothes for people in exchange for money. Once, they encountered a family of hooligans who framed her for washing clothes and wanted her to pay for it. It was Qin, Zimo, and the others who happened to see them and testified for them. And then there's Ling Er. After she was picked up by Lu Laosan's family, she lived a life of fear every day. If she wasn't careful, she would be beaten, scolded, and humiliated by Lu Laosan. She suffered unspeakably. She couldn't take it anymore and escaped to live, but she was caught again. I guess that one of the times she escaped, she coincidentally met you guys. The headband that she left behind in the grass was tied exactly the same way as the one on Wenwen's clothes. If one didn't look carefully, no one would be able to discover this detail. Chapter 634. And my Xiao Xing. Although my Xiao Xing is naughty, the one we take care of every day is the one we take with us when we go out to work. How could he have the chance to meet a beggar? The one who spoke was Wang Xiao Xing's mother. Her eyes were swollen from crying these days. Ning Shu slowly said, "May I ask where you husband and wife work?" Little Xing's mother's lips trembled as she said, "In a small restaurant in the east of the city. I clean and tidy up the restaurant. My husband is a waiter in the restaurant. Although my Xiao Xing's temper is a bit stubborn, we made him obediently play and study in the backyard and never run out of the restaurant. He has never sneaked out before. If I'm not wrong, the restaurant you're working for chose a vegetable merchant named Liu, right? I think it's that name. I remember now. Yes, it's him." Ning Shu nodded and said, "That's right. You may not know, but this person secretly cooperated with Lu Laosan in order to earn big profits. So the people who delivered food to the restaurant every day were not his subordinates, but Lu Laosan and the others. Ever since Lu Laosan picked up Ling, he ordered her around as a servant. It was during the process of delivering food that the two of them inadvertently became friends. I think it was through Ling that Xiaoyuan and Xiao Xing had an indirect contact. Xiaoyuan, who had been silent all this time, hid his hands in his sleeves and covered his wounds. He said with a pale face, "Yes. We heard about this warm-hearted and loyal Xiao Xing from Ling. At that time, our plan had just been set. The other partner that we had chosen suddenly caught a cold and could not cooperate with us, so we had no choice but to find him. And he was indeed a kind child. When he knew of our intentions, he agreed without thinking, 'Lady Ning, you are wrong about one thing. The teacher is not our partner at all. This case was planned by us from the beginning to the end.' The teacher did not agree at all at first. It was only when we insisted on carrying it out that he found out that we had no choice but to tell him everything. Including the matter of the previous emperor's tomb, it was all done by us. When Xiaoyuan finally nodded and admitted to all the crimes, the crowd was in an uproar. Even Zhong Yan, who had been in charge of countless cases, couldn't help but be dumbfounded. The mausoleum of the deceased emperor had two consecutive strange phenomena that shocked the entire court, causing the current empress to be wary of taking action against the rat for fear of breaking the vases, and almost destabilizing her position as empress. Yet, it was actually the work of these brats. It was simply ridiculous, laughable, and the biggest joke in the world. But that was the truth. A resounding slap landed on all of their faces, causing them to convulse with laughter. Ning Shu could not bear to see him like this. She walked up to him and held his hand that was hidden under his sleeve. She made it known to the world and hurt countless people's eyes. "Yes, it is indeed you. Otherwise, how could your headmaster bear to see you cut off one of your fingers and use it as bait? Yuan Wanting, the always sloppy Yuan Wanting, in order to protect the safety of all the children for the past 10 years, he gave up his ambitions, his self-esteem, and his hot-bloodedness. He turned himself into a pile of mud that everyone looked down on. How could he bear to put these children in danger for the sake of revenge?" Xiao Yuan's eyes were red. His pale lips trembled as he wanted to continue speaking, but the injuries on his body made him incomparably weak. Qinqin wiped away the tears on her face and patted his hand. She took the initiative to speak for him. "Since you all want to know, then there is no need for us to hide it anymore. Ling He, we intentionally got close to her. Chapter 635. At the wide meridian gate, Qinshin's voice was as weak as an oriole whose neck could be broken at any time. But no matter how weak the bird was, it still wanted to flap its wings and fly before it died. A few years ago, when the headmaster was drunk, we accidentally heard that he had buried something in the mausoleum of the late emperor, that stone tablet. In fact, we know that in the past few years, he had countless thoughts of not caring about anything and risking his life to take revenge on the court. But because he was burdened by us, he was afraid that we wouldn't be able to survive in this cannibalistic world. So, time and time again, he forced himself to restrain himself. He waited for 10 years, waiting for us to grow up, waiting for his hair to turn white. In the years that followed, we couldn't help but wander around the mausoleum. At that time, we were ignorant and didn't know what we wanted to do. Until one day, we found out that the vegetable seller, Li Yu, was secretly doing business with Lu Laosan. Then an idea suddenly appeared in our minds. Maybe this was an opportunity given to us by God. He was hinting that the time had come and we had grown up. We had waited for so many years. If we missed this opportunity, we might not have any hope in our lives. So, we followed Lu Laosan's vine and found Ling Er. Lu Laosan. Lu Laosan. Qinshin's nails dug deep into the flesh of her palm. She looked at Lu Laosan and his wife with resentment and said angrily, "What a beast." Ling had just been picked up by them. She was full of satisfaction and gratitude and treated them as the bodhisattva who saved her life. She was completely unguarded against them. Even when she was tricked into signing the marriage contract, she felt that her life was saved by them. Marrying their stupid son was a matter of course to repay their kindness. At first, when I approached her, she refuted me and said that I was trying to sow discord. But a few days later, this bastard surnamed Lu revealed his true colors. He actually took advantage of the fact that he was drunk to think of the same thing as his idiot son. Ling had smashed her own forehead open in order to scare them off and escape with all her might. That time, we brought Ling Er and hid outside for 2 whole days. After that, even though the one surnamed Lu had restrained himself, he still beat and scolded her. Relying on the marriage contract in his hands, he basically did not treat Ling Er as a human being. Tell me, do you think that this kind of bastard deserves to die? Not only does he deserve to die, any kind of death is not excessive. Ning Shu sighed. So you set them up? Qinshi nodded expressionlessly. That's right, for the sake of avenging Ling Er, and for the sake of avenging ourselves. We discussed it with Ling Er and had her pretend to return to the Lu family. After that, she would take the initiative to help the Lu family's husband and wife every day. She would do the laundry, cook, and push the cart to deliver the groceries. She never complained about being tired, and gradually lowered their guard. Until that night, when Lu Laosan was secretly delivering vegetables for Li Yu, Ling Er secretly hid Xiaoyuan and Zimo in the vegetable cart, and then sneaked into the imperial mausoleum. Ning Shu frowned. How did you know the layout of the imperial tombs? We found it in a book hidden by the headmaster. He didn't want us to read it, but we still found it. Looking at the extremely thin and weak children in front of her, as if they would be blown away by the wind, but on the inside, they were as tenacious as a group of green bamboos. No matter how strong the wind blew, they clenched their teeth and refused to give in. Ning Shu's heart couldn't help but ache. So, during those 2 days, the 2 of you were hiding in that clock tower. Zimo continued, that's right, the light at the top of the clock tower was dim. Our bodies were small, so as long as we lay there motionless, no one would discover us. Feng Zheng, who was sitting on the judge's seat and listening attentively, couldn't help but stroke his goatee. He asked doubtfully, how did you copy the handwriting on those blood letters? That's exactly the same as the previous emperor's calligraphy. Zimo said disdainfully, Xiaoyuan is very powerful. He was as smart as the headmaster since he was young. As long as he saw the words, he would be able to copy them. In these years, we have traveled all over the capital and looked at the stone tablets, plaques, and other handwriting left behind by the previous emperor. Xiaoyuan easily pieced together those words. Ning Shu's puzzlement was finally answered. For a moment, she didn't know what expression to make. If the previous emperor, whose handwriting was so ugly and unique, and who especially liked to leave peerless masterpieces everywhere, knew that he had been schemed against by a few half-grown children so many years after his death, how would he be so surprised that he would vomit a big bucket of blood? However, when she looked at Xiaoyuan's right hand, which could no longer hold the brush steadily after his index finger was cut off by her own hands, she felt a sharp pain in her heart and was filled with endless regret. She lowered her voice and said slowly, "Aren't you afraid that if you are discovered, you will die? Not to mention the guards surrounding the imperial mausoleum. If the person ringing the bell inadvertently raised his head and looked at them casually, their lives would be as insignificant as ants." The children said in unison, "What's there to be afraid of? If we die, we die. We should have died 10 years ago." Chapter 636. When they blurted out the key words 10 years ago, Chao Huayu's face suddenly changed. Like a cornered beast, Chao Huayu bared his fangs and was ready to pounce on them and bite off their necks and die together with them. Chao Jingwei, who had been silent with his eyes half closed, sighed after a long time of silence, as if he had aged 20 years in a very short time and accepted an unavoidable fate. He raised his hand and waved it at Chao Huayu, indicating for him to restrain his emotions and step aside. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, he slowly raised his head and asked with his eagle-like old eyes, "Who are you people?" The light in Qinxin's eyes swayed. The girl's eyes were red, like a vast ocean that had been suppressed for 10 years and finally couldn't control it anymore. She breathed heavily and stepped forward step by step, squeezing out the greatest courage in the world from the deepest part of her heart and staring at the high-ranking official in front of her with the most resentful eyes in the world, as well as the people who were dressed in official robes. 10 years ago, Xiao Mingzhen of the Hanjiang Prefecture, do you still remember this name? Are you? Chao Jingwei hesitated for a bit, then immediately squinted his eyes and denied with a sneer, "Impossible, all the descendants of the Zhao family are dead. Zhao Mingzhen committed a heinous crime that year, and His Majesty personally ordered her whole family to be executed. After her death, the corpses were checked one by one, and I personally led people to check the corpses. There can't be such an oversight." Qinxin wiped her tears and sneered, "Have you forgotten that the Zhao family had a little daughter who was drowned in the lotus pond not long after she was born?" Those memories covered in dust, spilled blood, and decayed were forced to recall in his mind. Chao Jingwei's eyes flickered for a moment, then he clenched the armrest of the chair and said, "No, even if that child was swapped by Zhao Mingzhen, your ages don't match. If that child is still alive today, she is only 10 years old." Qinxin's tender voice was full of sarcasm. "I didn't expect that a scumbag like you could still remember her." "You are right, it really wasn't me. If it was me, or any of us, how good it would be. If father had agreed to the headmaster's suggestion and swapped one of us with his own child, maybe there could still be 1 or 2 descendants of the Zhao family. Unfortunately, he didn't. He arranged for us to die first and abandoned his own family." The tears on her face were still flowing down, as if they were accumulating into a pond that could never be filled. "That year, I was 3 years old. Not long after I was picked up by my father, I was small and hid in the bamboo forest, watching with my own eyes as you wolves burned, killed, and looted the courtyard. You laughed as you beheaded Uncle Su and Auntie Lu, and pierced Brother Lan's chest with a sword. I was scared silly. I lay on the ground and slid into that little rabbit hole. I couldn't say anything. I watched as Madame held my newborn sister and kowtowed to you, begging you to spare her sister's life. She kowtowed until her head was covered in blood. But what about you beasts? Why did you have to stab her sister's soft little body in front of her, until she couldn't cry anymore? In desperation, Madame held her sister and fell into the pond. In this life, the next life, and forever, I will never forget that blood-soaked pond. I will never forget you evil ghosts who should go to the 18th level of hell. After Qinshin finished speaking, she couldn't control her emotions and almost fainted from crying. Zimo hurried forward and hugged her, patting her back to comfort her. Xiaoyuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and staggered in front of them. He stood in front of them and stood in front of them. His pair of youthful and sharp eyes faced everyone here without fear. Even though there was fear in his heart, he still went forward. Don't you want to know who we are? Let me tell you, all of us standing here, including Wenwen and June, who didn't come, have different blood flowing in our bodies. But we all have the same surname, Zhao. We are all the descendants of Zhao Mingjin. He is the best person in the world. Today, on behalf of our father, we will seek justice from each and every one of you.